In a place where the only law is strength, the weak have but two choices: fight or vanish. A roar echoes, signaling the start of an uncompromising confrontation. In a world where every breath is a struggle, only resolve can preserve life. But the 2-ton calf struggles to its feet, fighting for its life. It will take the strength of the entire family to subdue this giant. And once it has fallen, the matter is settled. For the young male lions, this is their last meal with the pride. It is time for them to leave the family, to one day establish a pride of their own. But this is no man's land, a place fraught with lurking dangers. The best way to survive is to stick with companions, and together hunt as a pack. In this temperate rainforest, the Roosevelt elk, the largest mammal in the area, is thriving. Adult males, known as stags, can reach a height of up to 5 feet and weigh between 700 and 500 pounds, while females, referred to as duds, are lighter, weighing around 500 to 640 pounds. The Roosevelt elk has a dark brown coat with a lighter patch on its hindquarters, making it stand out amidst the lush green forest. This species of deer is named after President Theodore Roosevelt, who made significant contributions to the preservation of the nation's valuable ecosystem. The freshwater ecosystem and temperate rainforest of redwood not only enrich the natural landscape, but also serve as a testament to the diversity of flora and fauna on Earth. The preservation of these treasures is not only the responsibility of scientists and naturalists, but also requires the involvement of all of us. In reality, what nature provides us with is not only beauty, but also motivation to preserve it for future generations. President Theodore Roosevelt made a significant impact on wildlife conservation. At the end of the 19th century, the Roosevelt elk faced the threat of extinction due to overhunting and habitat loss. However, thanks to conservation efforts and strict hunting regulations, the Roosevelt elk population has made an impressive recovery. The establishment of national parks and wildlife reserves, including Redwood National Park, has contributed to the protection of important habitats for this species of deer. According to the United States Fish and Wildlife Service, in 2023, the population of Roosevelt elk in Redwood National and State Parks is estimated to be between 4,000 and 5,000 individuals, marking an excellent comeback for the species. Roosevelt elk are particularly well suited to the cool, moist climate of the coastal temperate rainforests. Their thick fur helps them survive in the rainy and foggy weather conditions typical of the coastal forests of California. With their remarkable endurance, they move agilely between the tall forests and the low meadows, depending on the season. Each season, Roosevelt elk migrate between 12 and 25 miles, depending on weather conditions and food sources. In the winter, they often migrate from the cold highlands down to the warm coastal plains, where there is plenty of water and food. In the summer, they return to the dense forests and mountainous areas to escape the heat and find shelter. This seasonal adaptability is crucial for the survival of the Roosevelt elk in an ever-changing environment, and they continue to play an important role in maintaining the balance of coastal temperate rainforests. When autumn arrives, the temperate rainforest of Redwood comes alive with the powerful sounds of the echoing match. This is the time when the Roosevelt bucks begin to confront each other to gain control over their herds. The antlers of a Roosevelt elk can grow up to 4 feet long, and when they clash, the sound resonates, making the forest come alive. These sparring matches are intense but rarely fatal, as the goal is not only to defeat the opponent, but also to assert one's own strength. It is a competition full of patience and skill, where each powerful push demonstrates strength and the will to survive. These battles not only affect the population of Rove elk, but also help maintain the natural order in the redwood forest. Despite its enormous size, the Roosevelt elk is not invulnerable. In the dense temperate rainforests, natural predators like the cougar lurk in the shadows. These threats are an essential part of the ecosystem, forcing Roosevelt elk to remain constantly vigilant and maintain their position in the food chain, while also making life in the forest challenging and exciting. Top predators, such as black bears, often stealthily stalk and attack young deer or weak adult individuals. During harsh winter seasons, when food supplies become scarce, black bears also take the opportunity to hunt young Roosevelt elk. Roosevelt elk typically live in groups, which is an essential defensive strategy in the wild. In the winter and mating season, the males take on the role of protectors, using their keen hearing and extremely sharp sense of smell to detect danger from afar. When a predator approaches, the deer will emit loud calls, a sound that echoes like an alarm for the entire herd. In the survival battle between predator and prey, speed and strength are the decisive factors that help Roosevelt elk survive and maintain their position in a challenging environment. In the temperate rainforests of Redwood National Park, Roosevelt elk gracefully roam beneath the towering redwood trees. They eat leaves, grass, vines and shrubs, especially the fatty ferns that nature provides abundantly. Their slow chewing not only helps clear away vegetation, but also creates space for smaller plants to grow, like tender shoots rising up amidst the tall trees. Every day, a Roosevelt elk consumes between 6 and 8 kilograms of food, enough to maintain its massive size. But more than just eating, they also play the role of gardeners for the forest. The paths created by deer become natural trails, making it easier for smaller animals like Douglas squirrels and deer mice to navigate through the dense layers of vegetation. The Roosevelt elk is a living link that sustains the natural cycle in the rainforest ecosystem, where each step they take leaves a lasting imprint on the delicate balance of the forest. In the damp, dense forests of Northern California, black bears quietly roam among the towering ancient trees. They thrive thanks to the abundant plant life, ripe berries, and buzzing insects in the humid air of the redwood forest. The rainforest environment, with its abundant rainfall and cool climate, creates an ideal habitat for black bears. The dense forests not only provide an abundant food source, but also serve as a protective cover, shielding black bears from the eyes of their enemies. As an omnivorous species, black bears consume almost everything that the forest can provide, from berries, roots, seeds, and honey to insects and carrion. About 85% of their diet consists of plants, particularly berries and seeds. However, when the opportunity arises, black bears do not hesitate to hunt for wild mice, and even the eggs of various bird species cannot escape their keen senses. In the wild, victory does not solely belong to strength or speed, but also to skill, intelligence, and the ability to adapt. The Roosevelt elk and the black bear, each species plays a unique role in the ecosystem they inhabit, contributing to the richness of the forest environment. Wildlife is full of drama and mystery, where life and death continuously intertwine in an unending cycle. The strong and agile claws of black bears allow them to easily climb trees in search of food, especially in the fall, when salmon return to the streams to spawn. From September to November, the black bear patiently waits by the stream. Salmon, with its rich nutritional content, can provide black bears with 20 to 30 pounds of food each day to store energy for the upcoming cold winter. Each swift and precise swing of the arm into the water creates splashes, making salmon an essential source of protein during this time. Black bears are not only predators but also play a role as natural regulators of the ecosystem. Although they are relatively large, black bears are not the most dominant predators in the temperate rainforest ecosystem. When faced with danger, they often avoid confrontation. Instead, the black bear chose to run away, using the strength of its large legs to accelerate at a speed of up to 18 miles per hour. As winter approaches, the cold and scarcity of food blanket the forest, and the black bears begin to prepare for their hibernation. In the fall, they hurriedly harvest the berries, consuming a large amount of food to build up fat, much like warriors preparing for a long battle. Their hibernation period can last from 3 to 5 months. During this time, the black bear's body rests and relies on energy stored from the fall. However, not every year is winter harsh. In warm years, some black bears still roam throughout the winter when food is abundant. They do not need to hide in caves, but continue to roam through the cold fields, utilizing their adaptability to survive the changes in nature. In the temperate rainforest, black bears play an important role in maintaining the ecosystem. They hunt salmon and small animals, controlling their population. The salmon carcasses left by the black bears not only provide food for other animals, but also enrich the soil with nutrients, helping plants thrive. As an omnivorous species, black bears consume a large amount of berries and seeds, dispersing seeds through their droppings as they move around. In this way, black bears inadvertently become gardeners, spreading seeds throughout the forest and promoting the growth of many plant species. As a result, their digestive system becomes an effective tool, albeit unintentionally, in expanding the vegetation of the forest. In this natural whirlwind, the seemingly random actions of black bears actually contribute to the regeneration of forests, sustaining the vitality of the vast ecosystem. Wildlife always holds dramatic and surprising stories. The black bear is not only a predator, but also an accidental gardener, helping the forest to thrive. Explore more about this wild world on the Animal Nature 4K channel. And don't forget to share your thoughts. Along the Northern California coastline, over 60 miles long, majestic redwood forests, along with national and state parks, are situated right next to the Pacific Ocean. The climate here is often described as a gift from nature, with cool summers and damp winters, and the average temperature rarely exceeds 10 to 20 degrees Celsius. Although most of the rainfall occurs during the winter, what makes this coastline truly magical is the thick fog that envelops it in the summer, creating a cool and mysterious atmosphere for the region. The steep cliffs, sharp rock formations, and the powerful currents of the ocean create a harsh environment, forcing the wildlife here to develop exceptional adaptations for survival. The Redwood coastal area is home to both Steller sea lions and California sea lions, which coexist peacefully in the challenging wilderness, taking refuge on rocky outcrop. They basked in the sun as the powerful waves of the Pacific Ocean crashed against the shore. The Steller sea lion, scientifically known as Eumetopius jubatus, is the largest sea lion in the North Pacific, weighing up to 1,000 kilograms and measuring as long as 11 feet. The rugged rock outcroppings often become an ideal resting place for them. But beneath the water, their hunt is just beginning. Fish species such as salmon, cod, and squid are the top targets in the hunting adventures of Steller sea lion. They not only rely on their enormous size, but are also seasoned hunters, capable of diving up to 825 feet and holding their breath for about 20 minutes. With their exceptional speed, Steller sea lions glide through the frigid waters in pursuit of prey, consuming up to 20 kilograms of fish each day. It is this strength and agility that helps maintain balance in the food chain at the bottom of the ocean, where these giant creatures not only uphold order, but also keep life beneath the waves wild and mysterious. Meanwhile, the California sea lions, scientifically known as Xalophus californianus, gather on the fog-covered rocks, their noisy calls echoing along the coastline. Weighing up to 300 kilograms, they move gracefully and nimbly across rugged terrain. Although smaller than the Steller sea lion, California sea lions create a vibrant picture, showcasing the power of the ocean. When the tide rises, the California sea lion quietly dives into the water, capable of diving down to 90 meters and holding its breath for up to 10 minutes. They dart through the water like sharp arrows, pursuing schools of sardines, herring, and anchovies in quick and skillful hunts, making the underwater scene more vibrant and captivating. In the stunning landscape of the coast redwood, a perfect symphony of dance unfolds between speed and strength. As the light faded, the California sea lions returned to shore with full bellies. Each sea lion can consume up to 33 pounds of fish each day, serving as effective hunters of the ocean. They are not only lonely beings, but also members of a larger ecosystem where land and sea intertwine. Like the misty redwood columns, the balance between the sea and the land is a fragile yet powerful thing. On the moss-covered rocks of the redwood coast, harbor seals lie basking in the sun. Unlike sea lions, harbor seals do not gather in large groups, but are often seen in small groups or alone amid the vast natural landscape. With unwavering alertness and calmness in every movement, these marine creatures, with their strong and agile bodies, know how to swim perfectly between freshwater and saltwater environments. Their adaptability allows harbor seals not only to survive, but also to thrive in both shallow and deep waters. Nevertheless, even the faintest sound from afar, or the approach of an unfamiliar footstep, can cause them to instantly dive down into the cold waters, disappearing in the blink of an eye beneath the deep blue waves of the redwood coast. These seals hunt for prey quietly yet effectively, gliding smoothly behind schools of small fish before catching them with their sharp and agile teeth. As an omnivorous species, the diet of harbor seals is very diverse, ranging from anchovies and herring to cod, octopus, and crustaceans. Their whiskers are a secret weapon, so sensitive that they can detect the slightest movements underwater, even in dark or murky conditions. This helps harbor seals hunt effectively even when visibility is limited. With the ability to dive up to 450 meters and stay underwater for 15 to 20 minutes, they are always in search of abundant food sources. According to NOAA, an adult harbor seal can consume between 4 and 5 kilograms of fish each day, helping to maintain the stability of the seal population in the redwood coastal environment. Under the coastal waters of redwood, harbor seals play a crucial role as natural regulators. They not only hunt in shallow waters, but also dive deep to catch fish and crustaceans, thereby helping to maintain the balance of these populations. Furthermore, when hunting, they also stir up the ocean floor, causing invertebrates to move and contributing to the biological process. This action helps redistribute nutrients throughout the ocean, creating vibrancy in the marine environment where they live. Under the scorching heat, silence is not peace, but a threat. In the sparse bushes, 3 pairs of young eyes look up, waiting. Hunger has gnawed away their innocence, and each weak breath is a silent question to their mother. In the amber eyes of the mother lion, there is no pride of a king. Only the weariness of a hunter who has failed for days, and the burden of her small lives on the brink of death. The maternal instinct burns hotter than the scorching sun, turning fear into ultimate courage. In the distance, a solitary figure appears, the only source of life. This is no longer a hunt. This is a battle for the future. A battle where the loser will not see tomorrow. Around them, only the breath of the victor remains. Today's meal is not a trophy, it is life. Survival comes not just from tooth and claw, but from the invisible laws that shape the lion prides of Zakuma. In a night that swallows the stars, every breath is a gamble. There are no roars of defiance, only the frantic drumming of a heart in the prey's chest and the deadly stillness of a hidden predator. This is not merely a meal, it is nature's death sentence, where a moment of weakness, a single small mistake, is enough to end a life. Under the Zakuma sky, the battle for survival has no spectators, no rules, only one law. The weak are culled. And every dawn that breaks is a bloody victory, a cold reminder of the brutality and glory of life. Under the scorching skies of Central Africa, Zakuma once echoed with the desperate cries of the African bush elephants. According to the European External Action Service, between 2002 and 2010, over 4,000 individuals vanished without a sound. At one point, nearly 100 never returned each week. The population was shattered, many herds completely dispersed. Step by step, greed and helplessness had turned Zakuma into a desolate graveyard. It wasn't until 2010, when African parks stepped in, that a new hope began to sprout from the ashes. For the first time, satellite devices tracked the heavy footsteps of these giants. Local communities became the guardians, protecting the wildlife and the land of their ancestors. Now, Zakuma once again thrives as a biological battlefield, where predator and prey struggle for survival in its most primal rhythm. In the shade of the acacia trees, the lion waits patiently, its eyes glowing like embers. Not far away, a herd of tawpy antelopes watches intently for strange movements in the wind. Across the murky water, a Nile crocodile surfaces in silence, while a hippopotamus stirs. A silent, wordless contest begins. Life here may not roar, but it beats fiercely, silently, and with a relentless intensity. Zakuma National Park was officially established in 1963 by a presidential decree of the Republic of Chad. Zakuma became the country's first national park and one of the oldest protected areas in the Central African region. Its establishment marked a shift from a loosely managed territory to a strictly protected area. This was a pivotal moment in the history of wildlife conservation in Chad, laying the foundation for future ecological restoration strategies. By 2024, the officially recognized area of Zakuma was 1,175 square miles. Located in the southeast of the Republic of Chad, Zakuma National Park spans the provinces of Guera and Salamat. The park is situated in the Sudano-Sahelian Ecological Transition Zone, a meeting point between the edge of the Sahara Desert and the tropical forests of Central Africa. Thanks to its geographical location, the area mainly consists of low-lying plains with an elevation ranging from 656 to 1,640 feet above sea level. The geology is primarily composed of ancient alluvial and desert sand deposits, which has allowed for the development of a network of rivers. This is essential for maintaining both the hydrological balance and ecological health. Reintroduction of the black rhino in 2018. The bird life is even more diverse, with 530 species recorded. Consequently, the park has become one of Africa's premier birdwatching destinations, especially during the flood season. In terms of plant life, Zakuma has recorded over 500 species of vascular plants, with the main ecological structure being the shrub savanna. Each plant community is distributed based on soil moisture, from the seasonally flooded grasslands to the dry savannas. The climate of Zakuma is characterized as semi-arid with two distinct seasons. The rainy season lasts from May to September, while the dry season extends from October to April of the following year. This seasonal climate pattern dictates the life cycles of the plant communities and strongly influences the migratory, reproductive, and foraging behaviors of the wildlife in the region. The dry season in Zakuma brings the most extreme climatic conditions, with daytime temperatures often soaring above 95 degrees Fahrenheit and humidity dropping to very low levels. Rainfall is almost non-existent, causing the seasonal rivers and wetlands to dry up, leaving behind cracked mudflats and ash-colored withered grasslands. The Sahelian acacia savanna, located in the northern part of Zakuma, is the most arid ecoregion in the entire park. The terrain here is flat, with fast-draining sandy clay soil, causing surface moisture to disappear just a few weeks after the rainy season ends. The absence of water and natural shade means that the ground temperature in this area often exceeds 113 degrees Fahrenheit at midday. However, the plant life in this region has evolved to withstand these extremely arid conditions through adaptations such as small leaves, deep root systems, and a thick outer bark. And the animals here are anything but fragile. Amidst the dusty veil that covers the savanna, the African civet silently roams the night, playing an essential role. With its highly developed scent glands, it leaves distinct chemical trails on tree trunks, rocks, and familiar paths. This scent-marking behavior is crucial for establishing territory and helps to prevent conflict, especially when food becomes limited. Their diet is both flexible and essential. From insects and fallen fruits to carrion, they contribute to the decomposition process. Also a small and agile creature, the caracal has adapted remarkably to the harsh, arid conditions of Zakuma. With its prominent long ears tipped with sharp black tufts like arrows, this wild cat is known for its ability to leap vertically up to 10 feet. An impressive skill that allows it to catch birds in mid-air. Thanks to its compact body and a sandy-colored coat that blends perfectly with the environment, the caracal moves with ease through the low thorn bushes. The Kordofan giraffe, the tallest of animals, faces no small challenge in surviving the dry season. Classified as a critically endangered subspecies, the Kordofan giraffe now numbers fewer than 2,000 individuals in the wild. More than half of them live in the core of Zakuma. Compared to other giraffe subspecies like the Maasai or the South African giraffe, the Kordofan is significantly smaller. Its average height ranges from 14.8 to 18 feet. Its coat is a pale cream color with small, sparse spots. Its mouth, equipped with flexible lips and a tongue nearly 18 inches long. This is a significant biological advantage, reducing direct competition with other herbivores. Among the hoofed mammals, the giraffe endures some of the highest joint and spinal pressures due to its size and long neck. This makes them particularly vulnerable to sudden changes in terrain, such as cracked dry ground or shifting sand slopes. GPS tracking reports from early 2025 show that the movement of the Kordofan giraffe has increased by nearly 30% during the dry season. This increase in movement under the intense heat depletes their energy and puts additional pressure on their joints. Furthermore, with a long neck and a cardiovascular system that operates at a blood pressure nearly double that of a human, bending down to drink from low water holes during the dry season comes with serious risks. However, the Kordofan giraffe has adapted. They shorten their bending time, remain vigilant in small groups, and primarily move in the early morning hours. More worrying, however, is their slow reproductive cycle and low birth rate. Each female gives birth to only one calf after a gestation period of up to 15 months. Also, in the arid Sahelian acacia savanna, where the Kordofan giraffe reigns in the treetops, the warthog stands out near the ground. Unlike many animals in Zakuma that tend to hide from the daytime heat, the warthog remains active during the peak hours. According to movement tracking data, the warthog spends 60 to 70% of its day foraging, with peak activity in the early morning and late afternoon. Notably, the pregnant or lactating females tend to extend their foraging time more than the males to meet their higher energy demands. Equipped with a pair of scimitar-shaped tusks and a low-slung body, They can dig deep burrows for their nightly refuge. Their tusks are also defensive tools. In the dry season, when fresh grass is scarce, the warthog feeds on its knees, a behavior that helps to conserve energy. They can also eat carrion and sometimes hunt insects or small animals when their main food sources are limited. Although not particularly large, the warthog is by no means helpless when facing its well-known predators. The adult individuals can charge with their tusks and use a sudden burst of speed of up to 28 miles per hour. The female warthogs protecting their young have even been known to approach and challenge medium-sized predators like the jackal. However, their presence on the fringes of the Sahelian acacia savanna can sometimes cause ecological concerns. During prolonged droughts, some warthogs may wander into the buffer zones, raiding the fields of rice, peanuts, or cassava. These raids have led to the warthog being considered an agricultural pest in some of the communities bordering the forest. In addition, the warthog is considered a natural host of the tsetse fly, an insect capable of transmitting African sleeping sickness. They are also potential carriers of the African swine fever virus, which they can carry without obvious symptoms. Managing the warthog population is a complex challenge in the buffer zones, where the boundary between the wilderness and human habitation remains fragile. The arid Sahelian acacia savanna of Zakuma is not an easy place to live. But the lion remains, not because it is the best place, but because it is the most suitable for their hunting strategy and survival needs. The lions in Zakuma are smaller than those in eastern and southern Africa. The males weigh on average from 265 to 330 pounds. With a minimal mane and a lean body, they move with more agility and expend less energy, an essential advantage in this arid savanna. They hunt mainly at night and at dawn when the prey begins to emerge from their shelters and the sunlight is still gentle. The most effective hunting window, according to data from GPS collars collected by African parks in early 2025, is from 4 a.m. to 6 a.m. The remaining depressions around the Tama River become mandatory gathering points for herbivores like the topi, the roan antelope, and the warthog, and thus they become the main ambush areas. The lion is not a long-distance chaser in the open terrain, and the low, sparse bushes like the Senegal acacia, they rely on ambush tactics. This strategy helps to conserve energy, reduces the risk of failure, and is well suited to the landscape. In Zakuma, the lion prides are usually small, from 3 to 6 individuals. This is due to the low density of prey, the harsh environmental pressure, and the need to move over a wide range. The smaller groups move faster, require less food sharing, and are better able to control the vast territories. In the pride, the lionesses lead the hunt. They coordinate in small groups, usually sisters or mothers and daughters, to execute precise attacks. However, while the lionesses hunt, the males eat first, even if they did not participate. This rule maintains order and security in the pride. The adult males protect the pride from rival males and competing predators. In return, they get first access to the food. When prey is scarce, the females often carry a portion of the carcass away to feed their cubs separately, reducing conflict and improving their chances of survival. However, the tight social structure of the lion is also fragile. The population numbers in the entire region are still low, and many prides show signs of inbreeding. The West African lion group of Zakuma shares a lineage with those in the W. Ali Penjari complex and also mixes with populations from Central and North Central Africa. A 2024 genetic analysis confirmed that the lions of Zakuma carry an intermediate genome. This indicates the crucial role of Zakuma in connecting the last remaining genetic corridors of the Panthera leo subspecies. With fewer than 1,000 adult individuals of this subspecies left in the wild, Zakuma National Park plays a vital role. The lion also helps to maintain the ecological balance. Where there are lions, the herbivore herds move more cautiously and avoid overgrazing in specific areas. Zakuma is gradually recovering with purpose and action. In February 2025, Zakuma partnered with the Lion Recovery Fund to launch a comprehensive lion monitoring protocol. It combines camera traps, GPS tracking, genetic sampling, and analysis of social structure. The goal of this initiative is to determine the exact population numbers, track age, sex, and social relationships within the prides. At the same time, at the foot of the savannah, the Abyssinian ground hornbill quietly assumes its own role in the biological regulation of the ecosystem. Up to 3.6 feet tall, with a jet black plumage and a prominent red facial skin, it strides across the dry grasslands in search of insects, reptiles, and even young rodents. On top of its bill is a glossy black casque, a hollow structure that helps to amplify its deep, resonant call. Data from Zakuma in 2025 shows that these birds form lifelong pairs and control feeding territories of up to 1 square mile. In the dry season, when the ground cover is sparse and the ground cracks under the heat, their hunting efficiency improves. The Abyssinian ground hornbill lives mainly on the ground, making them a special site in the savanna ecosystem. In the dry season, the reduced vegetation cover significantly enhances their visibility and foraging range. As the ground hornbill's steps glide over the sun-scorched grass in search of insects, silent circles begin to form above. They are not a sign of life, but of an end. A life has ended, and another crucial link in the ecosystem is stepping in to perform its final duty: the African white-backed vulture. The most common vulture species in the sub-Saharan region, the African white-backed vulture makes up nearly 50% of the total vulture population in Chad. With a wingspan of up to 7.5 feet and extremely sharp vision, it can spot a carcass from a distance of 2.5 to 3 miles. When an individual spots a target, it begins to circle silently above, a clear visual signal that attracts others to the scene within minutes. In the dry season, When carcasses are more frequent due to lack of water and survival stress, their role becomes even more critical. They can clean a carcass within a few hours, eliminating harmful pathogens like anthrax and tissue-decomposing viruses. The African white-backed vulture follows a distinct feeding strategy. Unlike the larger vultures that tear the skin or crush the hard bones, the African white-backed vulture does not break the tough hide. Instead, it uses a pull-and-eat strategy, taking advantage of its beak shape to access the soft tissues, especially the internal organs. Most of the carcasses they consume are not from hunted prey, but from animals that have died of disease, accident, or exhaustion. After feeding, these birds often rest with their wings spread wide, basking in the dry heat, a characteristic behavior. The sunning not only helps to speed up digestion, but also helps to eliminate bacteria that cling to their feathers, acting as a natural biological shield. While the African white-backed vulture silently cleans up the remains of life, the martial eagle is often the one to initiate the cycle. As one of the most powerful birds of prey in Africa, it does not rely on flocks or the smell of rot. Instead, it hunts with unwavering and unhesitating precision. With a wingspan of over 8.5 feet and a weight of up to 13 pounds, its talons can grip prey twice its own weight. Its vision is estimated to be 3.6 times sharper than a human's, sharp enough to detect the slightest movement within a range of over 3 miles. In the dry season, when the grass is sparse and the ground is cracked, the martial eagle has a clear vantage point from the remaining tall Senegal acacia trees. They hunt alone, targeting prey weighing from 1 to 11 pounds. A single dive can reach a speed of up to 150 miles per hour. There is no chase, only perfect timing and a decisive attack. In addition, unlike many large eagles known for their noisy breeding calls, like the crested eagle, the martial eagle is almost silent. This silence makes it harder to detect and study in the wild, but it also reflects its solitary lifestyle and a strategy based on stealth. If the Sahelian savanna forms the arid buffer zone to the north, moving deeper into the heart of Zakuma, the landscape begins to change. This area belongs to the East Sudanian savanna, where the vegetation thickens with tall grasses interspersed with shrubs and scattered patches of open woodland. Although still classified as semi-arid, the dry season in the East Sudanian savanna is less severe than in the north. The humidity is higher and the daytime temperature hovers around 97 to 100 degrees Fahrenheit. Some semi-permanent water sources persist longer into the dry season thanks to the deeper, nutrient-rich clay soils. In the dense undergrowth of the Combretum and Terminalia bushes in central Zakuma, the African crested porcupine silently emerges at night. With quills that can be up to 16 inches long, raised when threatened, this rodent is known for its passive but highly effective defense mechanism. During the dry season, when food is scarce, these porcupines venture deeper into the woodlands in search of remaining roots, tubers, and bark. However, this does not significantly affect the porcupine's health, thanks to its specialized digestive system and a clever nutritional strategy. Also in this region, another resident has chosen a completely opposite survival strategy, the patas monkey. No hiding, no burrowing. They burst into the open grasslands with remarkable speed. This is the fastest running monkey in the world, capable of reaching speeds of up to 34 miles per hour when pursued, twice as fast as most other primates in Africa. The patas monkey has a slender body, powerful hind legs, and a long whip-like tail, nearly as long as its body, which helps maintain balance. Its reddish-brown coat, bright face, and distinctive black eye markings like glasses make it easily detectable even from a distance. They live in small groups, led by a dominant male, are active during the day, and are constantly on the move in search of seeds and insects. This agility reduces their risk of encountering predators by 40% compared to slower-moving primates in the same area. Not all species choose to disperse and move with the flexibility of the patas monkey. Right in this same area, the Buffon's cob takes the opposite approach, forming large, cohesive herds to survive the harsh, dry season. A distinct subspecies of the cob, the Buffon's cob, is widely distributed across Central Africa and the Sahel, areas that now have arid soil, scorched grass, and dust-covered depressions. Unlike many herbivores that choose to hide in harsh weather, the Buffon's cob gathers in large groups, with herds sometimes numbering in the hundreds. Each herd has a well-structured social hierarchy, often divided into 3 groups. There is a group of females with their young, solitary adult males, and younger male groups that practice competitive behaviors. At the end of the dry season, before the first rains arrive, the adult males begin to establish mating territories. They use their lyre-shaped horns to engage in direct combat to control the remaining patches of grass. GPS tracking from 2025 shows that the dominant males control territories of 0.3 to 0.6 square miles, which they hold for the 2 to 3 peak breeding weeks. To evade predators, the Buffon's cob relies on a strategy of early detection and rapid response. They have a wide field of vision and extremely keen hearing, with many individuals constantly on alert at the edge of the herd. Their sprinting speed can reach up to 43 miles per hour, with sudden turns that reduce the chances of being caught. Like the cob, the African bush elephant also lives in herds. But their survival strategy is uniquely shaped by a different kind of hardship, one not rooted in weather or terrain. From 2002 to 2010, over 4,000 African bush elephants in Zakuma were lost to ivory poaching, more than 90% of the population. The impact was devastating, leaving deep fissures in the elephant's social structure. The matriarch-led herds were shattered, and without their leaders, the surviving elephants became scattered and extremely wary. The loss of the matriarchs, the keepers of migratory and landscape memory, left the herds disoriented. But a turning point came in 2010 when African Parks took over the management of the park. By early 2025, Zakuma's elephant population had surpassed 750 individuals, with more than a quarter being calves. Now, the African bush elephant is gradually returning to a normal life, readapting to the harsh rhythm of the dry season. In these conditions, the spatial memory of the matriarch becomes the key to survival. In these conditions, the spatial memory of the matriarch becomes the key to survival. Under the leadership of the oldest female, the herd moves constantly to reach areas like the Bahr Salamat riverbed. The elephant herds of Zakuma are matriarchal units consisting of related females and their offspring. Each herd functions as a close-knit, highly coordinated social group in moving, foraging, protecting the calves, and sharing survival information. In arid conditions, the elephant's diet changes significantly. When fresh grass is gone, they switch to dry leaves, broken branches, roots, and bark, consuming from 265 to 330 pounds of vegetation per day. This behavior inadvertently reshapes the landscape, creating new opportunities for other species to thrive after the dry season. Their trunk, containing over 40,000 individual muscle bundles, is a crucial tool and weapon in their survival. During the dry season, the African bush elephant is known to dig water holes with their trunks. Each well is 12 to 20 inches deep. In times of extreme scarcity, ecological stress can lead to encounters with top predators like the lion. Besides sharing food and protecting the young, elephants also exhibit mourning behaviors for their deceased members, a rare trait. Zakuma National Park is gradually reclaiming its role as a true ecological sanctuary. Here, each African bush elephant is not just existing, but living with memory, intention, and purpose. As the thick night swallows the savanna, the mother elephant's every purpose contracts into a single instinct to protect. Beneath her colossal body, a tiny life trembles, its faint cries lost. The silence is torn as they arrive. A whole clan of hyenas emerges from the bush, their circle tightening with a macabre laughter, turning the still night into an arena. They lunge, aiming for the young, tender legs, but a wall of flesh and bone stands in their way. The mother trumpets a sound that shakes the heavens, not of fear, but of a primal fury. Each swing of her tusks is a sworn oath that the enemy will have to pass through her. In a circle of death, a mother's love blazes, brutally and fiercely beautiful. But contrasting with the roar of maternal love is another sound that shapes survival in Zakuma, the eerie laughter of the hunter. The spotted hyena has one of the most powerful bites relative to its body size, exerting a force of up to 1,000 pounds, force enough to crush the large bones that lions leave behind. Their digestive system is equipped with bone-dissolving enzymes, allowing them to digest marrow and bone fragments much more efficiently. They live in matriarchal clans. Each group is led by dominant females, usually related by blood, along with their offspring. In the dry season, the spotted hyena flexibly switches between the role of a scavenger and a formidable predator. They often arrive at lion kills to compete, using their large numbers to intimidate and steal the carcass when the original predators are off guard. Clashes between hyenas and lions have been recorded, with the hyenas organizing full-scale assaults on the carcasses. Even more incredible is their willingness to consume the remains of their own kind, an act that is both cold and efficient. Their dens, communal shelters chosen by the dominant females, are designed with multiple narrow entrances and are maintained collectively. In the dry season, when direct hunting becomes more difficult, the spotted hyena relies more on scavenging. They follow the vultures or the distant sounds of large predators, sometimes from miles away, to locate the carcasses. Unlike the lions, they are not dependent on the seasonal migrations of their prey. Instead, they adapt to the prey's movements. Their strong social structure helps to mitigate the stress of the dry season. When a dominant female dies, her successor, usually a daughter, quickly steps in to restore order and stability to the clan. And now, another predator enters. Silent and cold-blooded, the African rock python. As the largest python in Africa, it can be up to 20 feet long and weigh over 110 pounds. In the dry season, to cope with the limited water sources, the python often hides near the riverbanks and the rock crevices, nestled among the combretum bushes. The ability to swallow prey as large as a young gazelle in a single meal is a remarkable survival strategy. The African rock python is living proof that even the limitations of a cold-blooded animal can be overcome by long-term, energy-efficient survival tactics. After months of prolonged drought, life in Zakuma enters a spectacular phase of renewal. The rainy season begins. From May to October, the region receives an average of 27 to 47 inches of rainfall annually, with the peak in July and August. The temperature drops slightly compared to the dry season, ranging from 75 to 90 degrees Fahrenheit, while the humidity rises sharply, making the air feel heavy and damp. The rivers that had completely dried up, like the Bahr Salamat, quickly fill again, forming a temporary network of wetlands on the lands and plains. The rainy season unleashes a wave of vitality across Zakuma. Weeds grow thick, trees sprout new leaves, and the cracked earth is replaced by a muddy, fertile layer of soil. Thousands of migratory birds return, the animal species begin to breed, and the park enters its richest and most prosperous period of the year. In the East Sudanian savanna, the rainy season marks a dramatic change in the vegetation structure. The open grasslands turn into lush green areas with thick, moisture-rich layers of vegetation. In the network of bushes and woody plants along the newly formed waterways, the Cape bushbuck begins its survival season with a completely different strategy. Unlike many herd-dwelling antelope species, this species chooses a solitary and secretive lifestyle. a choice that offers a clear advantage when the vegetation becomes dense and visibility is limited. Its dark reddish-brown coat, marked with delicate white stripes and swirls, is both a distinctive feature and a perfect camouflage. The Cape bushbuck moves cautiously, usually only emerging from its cover at dawn or dusk. They rarely stray far from the edges of the thickets along the streams, where the higher humidity preserves the soft, nutrient-rich food sources. When it senses danger, the Cape bushbuck does not flee across the open terrain like the grassland antelopes. Instead, they quietly slip into the dense forest cover, standing perfectly still and relying on their natural camouflage. After months of scorching drought, the arrival of rain brings life to the East Sudanian savanna. But the return of the black rhino marks a much more profound turning point for Zakuma. Once home to the subspecies known as the western black rhino, Zakuma saw its last sighting in 1972. In 2011, the International Union for Conservation of Nature officially declared this subspecies extinct. The recovery efforts began in 2018 when 6 black rhinos were flown from Addo National Park in South Africa to Zakuma. However, 4 of them did not survive the first few months. The cause was not poaching or disease, but physiological stress. The 2 surviving females became the foundation for a more sustainable recovery plan. In December 2023, 5 new black rhinos were brought to Zakuma from Limpopo on a 2,700-mile journey. This reintroduction was carefully prepared, with attention to genetics, followed by the installation of a protective fence on the southern edge of the East Sudanian savanna. Although large and without major predators as adults, the black rhino is not entirely free from risk. When threatened, a black rhino can charge at speeds of up to 34 miles per hour, using its sharp horn and quick reflexes for defense. Unlike the large herbivores that eat the soft grass of the open plains, the black rhino is a classic browser. As the vegetation thickens and the flooded areas become more inaccessible, the black rhino sticks to the bush corridors along the forest edges. Weighing from 1,760 to 3,000 pounds, they consume a large amount of biomass, but do not travel far to find it. When the sun is high, they retreat to the base of large trees or shaded areas to rest and reduce thermal stress. As solitary animals, except for the females with their young, the black rhino is extremely sensitive to changes in its environment. The failure of 2018 clearly reflected this deep vulnerability, but the return in 2023 showed a marked improvement. Although it is too early to declare the reintroduction complete, every footprint of the black rhino on the dry earth of Zakuma is a clear sign that the ecosystem is healing. Today, Zakuma National Park remains the only place in Chad with a resident, albeit still small, population of black rhinos. Although not as rare in numbers as the black rhino, spotting a bush pig is not an easy task. Amidst the torrential downpours, each drop of water seems to wash away fear, but also to ignite the flame of courage. It is the image of a female buffalo standing firm like a rampart, shielding her young calves from the claws of a hidden predator. It is the silent journey of the black rhinos, each footstep imprinting a trace of a fragile but resilient hope on this land. Zakuma is not only a place that witnesses brutality, but also a place where stories of unity, of maternal love, of a will that does not yield to any challenge, blossom. In the rainy season, the red river hog, with its vibrant red coat, white facial markings, and a prominent white dorsal mane, makes the most of the dense, humid forest edges. They are mainly active at night, dawn, and dusk, moving in small groups of 6 to 15 individuals, led by a dominant male. Living in the humid post-rain habitats, they use their long snouts to search for tubers, roots, snails, insects, fallen fruits, and even carrion. In the rainy season, the bush pig also increases its reproduction. Mating occurs from September to April, peaking in the wet months with an average litter size of 3 to 4 piglets. Amidst the pouring rain, a large silhouette moves silently along the edge of the bush, emerging slowly and with surprising dexterity. In a flash, it pounces, revealing its strength, the leopard. In the rainy season, when the vegetation is lush and covers every corner, the leopard becomes more cunning than ever. Its rosette-spotted coat allows it to disappear in the shadows, while the dense green provides the perfect cover to stalk its prey. The rainy season brings a lot of food, but also intensifies the competition. The leopard has to contend with the lion, which dominates in daytime hunting, and the spotted hyena, known for its kleptoparasitic behavior. Therefore, the leopard has adapted, hoisting its kill into a tree within 30 minutes of the hunt to protect its meal. Their climbing skills are a crucial survival tool. After a successful hunt, they carry their prey up to the branches, usually 6 to 10 feet high. This tactic not only keeps the food safe, but also keeps it fresh for longer. Camera traps in Zakuma show that hoisting the prey often happens quickly within an hour of the kill, especially on gloomy, rainy nights. The leopard also uses the large trees as vantage points or resting places, choosing positions with a wide view and relative safety. The leopard can also swim. Although not as natural in the water as the tiger, they can cross shallow streams or chase prey through the flooded ravines. And here's an interesting fact. If you've ever seen a black panther and thought it was a completely different species, you were looking at a leopard. These are leopards with a melanin mutation, which gives them a jet black coat. Under dim light, if you look closely, you can still see their characteristic rosette patterns faintly visible under the black fur. Although their behavior is similar to that of the lighter-colored leopards, their black coat gives them an additional stealth advantage on rainy nights. The rainy season brings the flocks back to the East Sudanian savanna, and among the most eye-catching visitors is the white-throated bee-eater. This migratory bird arrives in noisy groups, often seen gliding through the sky to catch flying insects like bees, winged ants, and flies. With a slender body about 7.5 to 8 inches long, plus an additional 4 inches from the elongated central tail feathers, and weighing only about 0.7 to 1 ounce. Their plumage is particularly striking. They have an emerald green back, a pale blue belly, and a bright white throat, a clear and recognizable highlight. A sharp black streak runs across the eye, giving them a keen appearance, while the 2 central tail feathers hang like delicate black threads. Their curved, sharp, black beak is perfectly shaped for catching flying insects with precision. After hunting, they often perch in rows on power lines or high branches, emitting sharp, high-pitched calls, a distinct sign of their presence. This species thrives in the mixed savanna with open woodland, where the clear sky provides hunting space and the high branches offer a resting place. Migrating from the Sahel at the beginning of the rainy season, they hunt throughout the day with peak activity in the morning and late afternoon. When they perch, they often sway gently to observe their surroundings. If disturbed, the whole flock quickly disperses, creating constantly changing gaps. If the East Sudanian savanna is the vibrant woodland core of Zakuma, then the Bahr Salamat floodplain is its humid lung. Located in the south of the park, this area becomes a natural extension of the savanna during the rainy season. The abundant rainfall from May to October promotes the rapid growth of aquatic vegetation. This area transforms into a crucial water concentration point, attracting migratory birds, fish, amphibians, and is an important refuge for large mammals. During the rainy season, the marsh mongoose becomes particularly active in the areas where the rising water levels create ideal conditions. As one of the few mongoose species that thrive near water, it uses its ability to swim and make short dives to access its prey. The marsh mongoose breeds twice a year, usually during the rainy season when food is most abundant. The female typically gives birth to 2 to 3 young after a gestation period of about 70 days. The young open their eyes after about 11 days and begin to eat solid food at around 4 weeks, although they remain dependent on their mother for nearly 3 months. They are solitary, only coming together to mate. They mark their territory with anal gland secretions. When faced with predators like the martial eagle or the African rock python, their first reaction is to bristle their fur, hissing a sharp hiss. As soon as the warning hiss of the marsh mongoose fades beneath the water's surface, a colossal force begins to emerge in this region. The African buffalo herd, fueled by sheer collective power, is on the move. In the rainy season, as the floodplains expand, the buffalo gather in large groups, often of 200 to 300 individuals. The gathering not only protects the young from predators, but also offers ecological benefits. They often move through the swampy areas to avoid blood-sucking insects, inadvertently trampling the tall grass and shrubs. The rainy season is also the peak time for buffalo to wallow in the mud, an important behavior that helps to cool their bodies and repel mosquitoes. The buffalo are heavily dependent on water. They must drink at least once a day, usually from the ponds or the flooded channels. Notably, buffalo do not act entirely on individual instinct. They follow a unique movement voting system. When deciding where to go, a few females stand up and face a chosen direction. After a period of silent observation, the herd follows the majority. The buffalo also maintain a symbiotic relationship with the oxpecker birds, which perch on their backs to remove parasites. Their defensive capabilities are impressive. When threatened, they form defensive lines with the adult males on the outer ring. This is why few predators dare to challenge a buffalo herd during the day. The rainy season also greatly affects their diet. Their main food source is the flooded grass and the fresh herbs. Studies show that in the rainy season, buffalo are bulk grazers, indiscriminately eating various grasses and consuming about 2 to 3% of their body weight per day. The buffalo in Zakuma typically travel from 2 to 2.5 miles per day in the rainy season, less than in the dry season. Most importantly, the stable presence of the buffalo, from about 220 individuals in 1986 to over 15,000 today, has created a solid biological foundation. Also drawn by the water, the hippopotamus spends most of its time submerged, up to 16 to 18 hours a day. They stand or lie in the water, with only their eyes, ears and nostrils exposed above the surface, surfacing to breathe every 3 to 5 minutes. Thanks to their dense bones and heavy muscles, they can easily sink and rest at the bottom of the rain-filled rivers. Their survival also lies in a fascinating evolutionary trait. The hippopotamus shares a common ancestor with the whale. That ancestor, a hoofed animal named Indoheus, lived near the rivers and streams about 55 million years ago. One branch fully adapted to marine life, becoming the ancestor of the modern cetaceans. The other branch retained a semi-aquatic life and gradually evolved into the hippopotamus of today. Despite the differences in appearance, the hippopotamus and the whale share many biological traits, including giving birth underwater. They usually travel tens of yards and can consume up to 88 pounds of fresh grass in a single night. Have you ever wondered how a river can sustain so many creatures? The answer lies in an unexpected nutrient pump, the hippopotamus. Every night, they consume dozens of pounds of grass on land. During the day, they excrete a large amount of dung into the water. This is not waste, but a super fertilizer, transporting nutrients from the land into the aquatic ecosystem. This dung feeds the algae and microorganisms, forming the foundation for the entire underwater food chain, from small fish to crocodiles. Although they may seem cumbersome, hippos can run at speeds of up to 19 miles per hour, and they become particularly aggressive. The hippopotamus is highly territorial. If intruders, such as crocodiles or humans, enter the water they consider their home, they can attack suddenly. The rainy season provides them with safety and comfort. The wider access to water reduces competition, and the hippos benefit from breeding, skin hygiene, and a stable, suitable aquatic environment. Along with the hippopotamus, another ancient creature begins to stir, silent but full of latent power, the Nile crocodile. As the largest crocodile in Africa, the Nile crocodile can be up to 16 feet long and weigh up to 1,650 pounds, dominating along the riverbanks. It hunts by ambush, lying submerged in the water, with only its eyes and nostrils exposed above the surface, waiting for its prey to approach the water. The rainy season is also the breeding season for the Nile crocodile. According to zoological records, mating occurs from November to April. The incubation period lasts from 70 to 100 days, during which both parents guard the nest, an unusual trait in reptiles. The rainy season transforms the landscape with its flooded vegetation and changing waterways, creating a maze-like habitat. The Nile crocodile can hold its breath for up to 2 hours, although they usually surface every 3 to 5 minutes during their ambushes. In the rainy season, when the cool rain and the humid air combine, the ability to hold their breath allows them to wait patiently for long periods. Their hunting strategy targets everything from small fish and waterfowl to large animals like wildebeest and antelopes. When these animals come near the water's edge, with a sudden burst, the crocodile lunges, suffocating its prey and dragging it into the water. In contrast to the ambush predators like the Nile crocodile, the African clawless otter moves gracefully through the waters of the Bahr Salamat in the rainy season. Instead, it glides through the murky brown streams, using its extremely sensitive whiskers to detect the slightest movements of fish. The rainy season, from May to October, is the most active time for the clawless otter. Their clawless front paws allow for precise handling of prey on land, especially hard-shelled creatures. They are one of the few predators in the Bahr Salamat that do not rely on ambush, but on agile movement and sophisticated mechanosensory senses. Regarding reproduction, the clawless otter usually mates in the middle of the rainy season. The female gives birth to 1 to 3 young after about a 2-month gestation period, choosing tree hollows or high ground banks. When faced with danger, they can bristle their fur, let out loud hisses, or retreat into deep water burrows, leaving only their nostrils to breathe. Some individuals also use anal gland secretions to mark their territory or to communicate, a behavior evidenced by the scent on the mud. The white-faced whistling duck stands out in the rainy season, brightening the wetlands it inhabits. Easily recognizable by its white face that contrasts with a glossy black head and neck, this species has a chestnut breast and a dark brown to black back. They are about 16 to 18 inches long, with long legs and a grey bill. An ideal physique for swimming and flying over the shallow pools. Their distinctive three-note whistle echoes every dawn over the wetlands. The rainy season is the breeding time for the white-faced whistling duck. They nest on the soft ground, bordered by tall vegetation near the swamps. On average, each pair lays 6 to 12 eggs, which are incubated for 26 to 28 days. This season also brings a molt, allowing the young birds to regrow their flight feathers and to keep up with the flock from the first month of their lives. Their diet consists of grass seeds, aquatic plant seeds, insects, and invertebrates, which are abundant in the swamp vegetation and the moist soil. Amidst the arrival of the rainy season, another fascinating bird appears on the water's surface, the African jacana. They compete directly with the white-faced whistling duck and other small water birds for food like aquatic insects. The presence of the jacana sparks a silent competition, a confrontation for both food and space on top of the floating vegetation. Their plumage is distinguished by a deep reddish-brown coat, a pale breast, and a black wing stripe. Thanks to their uniquely long toes and wide feet, the African jacana can walk gracefully on the floating vegetation. The breeding behavior of the jacana is particularly noteworthy. Active from May to October, they build floating nests from grass and water plants. The male takes on most of the responsibility of incubating the eggs and raising the young, a rare paternal care strategy in birds. As the light steps of the African jacana signal the start of the breeding season, the black-crowned crane arrives, bringing with it a magnificent dance of rebirth. Unlike any other crane in the world, the black-crowned crane possesses a flexible hind toe that allows it to perch in trees. At night, many individuals choose the high branches or even the wooden utility poles to sleep, evading predators. Each rainy season, their courtship dance begins a sacred choreography of nature. The male and female bow repeatedly, then spread their wings and leap with a captivating grace. Once fully bonded, they often preen each other, a gentle, affectionate act. Unlike the species that migrate across continents, these cranes remain in their national or regional ecosystems. However, this beauty is under threat. According to the International Union for Conservation of Nature, the population of the black-crowned crane has declined by 30 to 49% since 1975. The leading cause is the loss and degradation of their habitat. The wetlands have been drained for agriculture. More alarmingly, some individuals have been illegally captured for the global pet bird trade. Despite these challenges, the cranes are still dancing their hymn of rebirth in Zakuma. In the rainy season of 2024, the conservationists recorded nearly 3,900 individuals in the southern, swampy areas of the park. Once hailed as a model of conservation recovery, Zakuma National Park is now facing increasing challenges in 2024 and 2025. According to reports, at least 12 giraffes, 12 buffalo, and 2 black rhinos have been poached in just the first quarter of 2025. This increase in poaching has prompted the Chadian government to issue a stern warning about a notable setback. Meanwhile, livestock grazing and agricultural encroachment are rapidly expanding into the eastern and southeastern buffer zones. The weather patterns are also becoming more unfavorable. Reports show that the Sahel region has lost 20 to 30% of its average rainfall since the 1980s. This prolonged drought has led to a decline in vegetation and water scarcity. As a result, the wildlife is forced to travel further, increasing the likelihood of conflict with human settlements. Today, Zakuma is a battlefield between nature's will to recover and the weight of converging threats. It is an ecosystem that is negotiating for every breath of life, trying to maintain the fragile line between revival and retreat. In the stark contrast between the recovery efforts and the harsh reality of the growing threats, Zakuma is being forced to reinvent how it protects itself. According to the African Parks Report of 2025, Zakuma is implementing a series of measures to respond to the increasingly serious challenges. First, the anti-poaching activities have been intensified with mobile rapid response units supported by GPS monitoring technology, camera traps, and remote sensing. Zakuma has also expanded its community development programs in the southeastern buffer zones. These efforts promote sustainable grazing, improve agricultural techniques, and provide veterinary services. Ecologically, the park is making efforts to restore the vegetation by conserving the natural water points and replanting the acacia trees. Notably, since early 2024, Zakuma has started to use drone and environmental DNA ecological monitoring to track the animal population dynamics. These measures show that Zakuma is not just holding on, it is actively shaping a sustainable conservation model for the future. If you have ever visited Zakuma National Park, do not hesitate to share your knowledge and stories in the comments section below. Your voice can inspire and energize the ongoing work to protect the endangered wildlife. Palawan, a lush strip of land stretching between the South China Sea and the Sulu Sea, is not just a part of the Philippines, but a symbol of the enduring splendor of the wild. With the nickname "The Last Ecological Frontier," Palawan is a place where pristine nature still thrives. Spanning over 5,500 square miles, this region is a jewel of the archipelago, where jungle, sea, and mountains merge into one. The climate here is typically tropical, with an average temperature of 75 to 86 degrees Fahrenheit and an annual rainfall of up to 60 inches. Palawan is not just a nature reserve, but also a crossroads of forest, marine, and mountain ecosystems. The seemingly endless tropical rainforests, where sunlight struggles to penetrate the dense canopy, create a green, mysterious, and enchanting kingdom. Palawan is also home to hundreds of endemic species of flora and fauna. Among them is the Philippine mouse deer, the smallest deer in the world, standing only 18 inches tall and weighing less than 10 pounds. Then there is the Palawan hornbill, an endemic bird that plays a crucial role in seed dispersal, helping to regenerate the forest. And one cannot forget the Palawan peacock pheasant, resplendent in its vibrant beauty. Amidst the ancient trees, tens of feet high, and a tangled network of vines, a rare and fascinating creature moves silently. This is the binturong, scientifically known as Arctictis binturong, commonly known as the bear cat. With its jet-black fur tinged with silver, a long prehensile tail that acts as a fifth limb, and a distinctive scent reminiscent of freshly popped popcorn. Dating back over 20 million years, this ancient mammal of the vivarid family is a living testament to the long evolutionary process of nature. Primarily distributed throughout Southeast Asia, but in the Philippines it is found only on the island of Palawan. The humid, dense, and multi-layered rainforests of Palawan provide an ideal habitat for this nocturnal species. Spending most of its life in the trees, the binturong moves gracefully on the high branches from 65 to 200 feet, using its tail for balance. Its survival strategy is remarkable. The binturong emits a scent like popcorn, a unique communication mechanism to mark its territory and attract mates. This scent lingers in the air, deterring enemies and signaling to other members of its species. Besides its role as a natural gardener, helping to disperse seeds, the binturong is also an important component of the food chain. However, like the forests of Palawan, the binturong also faces significant threats. According to the IUCN, it is classified as vulnerable, with its numbers rapidly declining due to habitat loss and illegal hunting. In a remote corner of the Palawan tropical rainforest, the Visayan warty pig emerges as a symbol of resilient vitality and ecological beauty. This wild pig, with its unique characteristics and irreplaceable role, is a living testament to the richness of the tropical ecosystem in the Philippines. According to the IUCN Red List, this species is now classified as critically endangered, with fewer than 300 individuals remaining in the wild. The main causes of their decline are habitat loss due to logging, agricultural expansion, and illegal hunting. Palawan, with its forests stretching from the foothills to the mountain peaks at altitudes of 500 to 2,000 feet, offers a perfect refuge. Here, the dense vegetation and abundant food sources such as roots, fallen fruits, and insects have supported their survival. By eating fruits and dispersing seeds, these pigs contribute to the continuous development of plant life. In addition, their habit of digging up the soil inadvertently creates opportunities for new plants to sprout, promoting biodiversity. The tropical rainforest of Palawan, with its rich biodiversity, is a testament to the enduring power of the saltwater crocodile. A reptile that has reigned since the age of the dinosaurs. Every aspect of this crocodile reflects the perfection of evolution, from its body up to 23 feet long, weighing over 2,200 pounds, to the strongest bite force in the animal kingdom, measured at 3,700 psi. Its presence evokes the image of an unstoppable predator, dominating both freshwater and saltwater realms. The mangrove forests of Palawan, with their complex network of rivers and swamps, serve as a refuge for this apex predator. This habitat is ideal for hunting and breeding, as the crocodiles use the hidden corners of the mangrove trees for ambush. With a swimming speed of up to 18 miles per hour, they can effectively pursue their prey or leap up to 6 feet out of the water to catch low-perched birds. This crocodile is not just a fearsome predator, but also a master of ambush. Camouflaged in the still water, with only its eyes and nostrils exposed, it becomes a part of the landscape, motionless and patient. When it strikes, the lightning-fast snap, using its sharp teeth and a bite force of up to 3,700 psi, is strong enough to crush metal. The saltwater crocodile relies not just on brute force, but also on sophisticated tactics. The saltwater crocodile is a living testament to the perfection of evolution. Its existence, like the ripples spreading on the water's surface, reminds humanity of the complex connections between all living things. But the beauty of the Philippines is not just on the surface. Beneath the rock and soil lies an enchanting underworld. Beneath the Earth's crust, there is a mysterious pulse, a world carved not by light, but by time and the eternal flow of water. The Puerto Princesa subterranean river, a 5-mile-long underground river, winds through the limestone caves of Palawan. This cave system, like a labyrinth, has been sculpted over millions of years as water eroded the limestone. The sparkling stalactites and tiered stalagmites, like frozen waterfalls, form natural works of art. Inside, with a stable temperature of 64 to 72 degrees Fahrenheit and a humidity exceeding 90%, the environment nurtures unique life forms. Although light cannot penetrate, the creatures here are not lost. They rely on their enhanced senses of touch and smell to survive. In this kingdom of eternal darkness, the cave ecosystem maintains a fragile but perfect balance. The tiny cave spiders, with legs up to 3 inches long, hunt smaller insects with the precision of skilled artisans. The cave scorpion, with its shell that glows under ultraviolet light, acts as a guardian of the ecological balance in the dark. This ecosystem is also home to bats, with the Philippine horseshoe bat being a notable representative. As seed dispersers, bats serve as a crucial link between the cave ecosystem and the surrounding forest. Bat guano, a precious source of nutrients for the cave-dwelling animals, sustains a complex but balanced food chain. Every night, millions of bats fly out of the caves, carrying with them seeds from the forest outside. Their droppings, or guano, not only feed the insects and microorganisms in the cave, but also bring those seeds into the darkness. Some seeds will be carried out by the water and germinate. In a magical way, it is the darkness of the caves that is helping to sow and regenerate the light-filled forest above. Nestled between the deep blue waves of the South China Sea and the tropical land, the mangrove forests of the Philippines emerge like a soft green ribbon. These forests are not just a natural boundary between the sea and the land, but also a fortress protecting millions of life forms. With an estimated area of about 1.5 million acres, these mangrove forests are the beating heart of one of Southeast Asia's most important ecosystems. Like resilient green walls, they face typhoons and tsunamis, mitigating the power of the harsh, natural elements. The mangrove forests of the Philippines are not just physical barriers, but also massive natural carbon sinks. According to the Global Mangrove Alliance in 2023, each acre of mangrove forest can absorb up to about 14,000 pounds of carbon dioxide annually. Nestled between the majestic Sierra Madre Mountains and the powerful waves of the Pacific Ocean, the Aurora mangrove forest stands as a green fortress. Stretching over a vast area, the Aurora mangrove forest is considered one of the oldest mangrove forests in the Philippines. Aurora has a tropical climate, with an average annual rainfall of 140 inches, which maintains the humidity and richness of the ecosystem. The temperature ranges from 75 to 86 degrees Fahrenheit, creating an ideal environment for endemic species. The mangrove forests not only act as a natural barrier protecting the coast from erosion, but are also a nursery for life. Their submerged roots, like a labyrinth, provide shelter for fish, crabs, and shrimp larvae, sustaining the food chain for both marine and terrestrial ecosystems. The Aurora mangrove forest is also one of the last refuges of the Luzon bleeding heart dove, a pigeon species endemic to the island of Luzon. The African elephant, the largest land mammal on the planet, walks with a steady gait, each step leaving deep imprints on the dry earth. Its tusks, which can be over 6.5 feet long, are not just symbols of majesty, but also essential tools for digging for water. The trunk, with about 40,000 muscles, is a masterpiece of precision and power. It is used both to pluck delicate leaves from a branch and to lift heavy logs. When it approaches an acacia tree, the elephant wraps its trunk around the trunk and with a powerful twist brings the whole tree down. This seemingly destructive act opens up space in the vegetation, creating clearings where sunlight can reach the ground. Elephants are social animals, living in family groups led by the oldest female, the matriarch. Her experience is crucial for the survival of the herd, as she knows the ancient paths that lead to hidden waterholes and grazing areas. But even a giant, like the elephant, faces challenges on the savanna. The constant search for water during the dry season can lead them to travel dozens of miles each day. When they find a river or a lagoon, the scene is almost magical. The elephants gather, drinking their fill, and many bathe. Not far away, another giant of the savanna approaches with the caution of a veteran. The rhinoceros, with its thick skin that looks like a suit of armor, appears impenetrable. Unlike the elephant, the rhinoceros is more solitary, spending most of its day grazing or resting in shady places. Despite its size and strength, the rhinoceros has relatively poor vision. To compensate, its sense of smell is extremely acute, allowing it to detect the presence of other animals from a great distance. When threatened, it can become aggressive, charging at speeds of up to 30 miles per hour and using its horn as a deadly spear. However, there are moments of peace. Near a mud puddle, the rhinoceros wallows in the mud, covering its body with a thick layer, which is a natural protection against parasites and the scorching sunday. This quiet scene is essential in an environment where every day is a test of endurance. Although different in their habits and behaviors, the elephant and the rhinoceros have something in common. Both play crucial roles in the ecosystem. Their actions, whether felling trees or clearing paths in dense areas, benefit countless other species. As the afternoon wears on, the heavy footsteps and the distant sound of breaking branches mark the passage of these creatures. As night falls, they retreat to safer areas, leaving the savanna ready for the return of the predators. The sun has dipped low in the sky, casting long shadows across the savanna. Among the sparse acacia trees, tall, elegant figures emerge. They are the giraffes, the silent sentinels of the ecosystem. Standing up to 18 feet tall, they are the tallest terrestrial animals on the planet. Their impressive 18-inch long tongue, covered in a tough skin, glides skillfully among the thorns of the acacia to pluck the tender shoots and green leaves. Every movement is graceful, almost choreographed. They feed in small groups, maintaining constant vigilance of their surroundings. Their eyes, set on either side of their heads, provide a panoramic view, detecting even the slightest sign of danger. Despite their size and gentle appearance, giraffes are not helpless. When confronted, they can deliver kicks so powerful that they can break the bones of a predator. However, giraffes prefer to avoid conflict, using their exceptional height to spot danger and move away before it is too late. But while they enjoy the foliage in the trees, on the ground, the grass stirs gently. An almost invisible cheetah is stalking. Its eyes are fixed on a small group of impalas grazing a few feet away. The cheetah is the definition of pure speed. With a slender body and long, muscular limbs, it is born to run. It can reach 70 miles per hour in just a few seconds, thanks to an incredibly flexible spine, wide nostrils, and a heart capable of pumping blood at a dizzying rate. It approaches with light steps, moving against the wind so as not to be detected. Every muscle is tense, ready for the right moment. When the distance closes to under 200 feet, it launches. In 3 seconds, it has reached 60 miles per hour. The chase is intense but brief. In less than 30 seconds, everything will be decided. With a precise leap, the cheetah brings down its prey, suffocating it with a firm bite to the throat. But that effort has a price. The cat's heart beats so fast that it needs to rest even before starting to eat. This moment of vulnerability can attract other predators, like lions or hyenas, who would not hesitate to steal its prize. While the cheetah catches its breath, the savanna returns to its natural rhythm. The giraffes, still wary, continue their slow journey. The contrast between them and the swift predator encapsulates the complexity of this ecosystem. Strength and agility, patience and explosion, all coexisting in a delicate balance. The day is ending and the heat begins to subside. The afternoon breeze carries the scent of earth and plants, while the savanna prepares for the changes that the night will bring. The sunset turns the savanna into a mosaic of golden hues and long, dark shadows. Amidst the heavy silence, a dull thud of hooves echoes like a warning. A herd of African buffalo approaches, kicking up a cloud of dust that mixes with the hot air. With a muscular mass of up to 2,000 pounds covered by a dark coat, the buffalo is considered one of the most dangerous herbivores in Africa. Their horns, fused at the base to form a kind of shield known as a boss, are a lethal weapon used both for defense and to assert dominance within the herd. The strength of this animal is complemented by the collective intelligence of the herd. The herds can gather hundreds of individuals, and when threatened, they organize themselves instinctively. The strongest males form an outer barrier, while the females and the young remain in the center. This defensive behavior is so effective that even the lion, the king of the savannah, thinks twice before attacking. However, confrontations do occur. When a predator dares to get too close, the outcome can be devastating. With a charge that can reach 34 miles per hour, a buffalo is capable of tossing a lion with its horns and sending it flying. Back on the great marsh, leaderless and inexperienced, her children can do little but scavenge. Hyenas thrive in times of chaos. They feed on the weak and the uncertain. The day has come. Humiliated, what is left of the pride leaves the marsh to the enemy and heads north to find their leaders. reunited, but without their great marsh there is only one place to go. Following the herds deeper into hostile territory, the northern queen sees the approaching army. Outnumbered, she knows there is no place for her here. While the buffalo dominates the open plains, another giant reigns on the riverbanks, the hippopotamus. At first glance, its rounded body and slow movements on land can be deceiving, but behind its placid appearance lies one of the most unpredictable animals in Africa. Its sensitive skin requires constant moisture, and its eyes, ears, and nostrils, located on the top of its head, allow it to breathe and observe. But as the sun begins to set, they leave their aquatic refuge and march in search of pastures, traveling several miles in the night. Although they are herbivores, their huge jaws, capable of opening to a 150-degree angle, are a real threat to anyone who crosses their path. Territorial disputes between males are true displays of aggression. Two rivals face each other, opening their mouths in intimidating displays before charging at each other with fury. Even when resting, the hippopotamus influences its environment. As they enter and exit the water, they create natural channels that help maintain the flow of the rivers during the dry season. As night falls, the savanna transforms. The buffalo gather closer together, wary of the sounds of the darkness. Two giants, different in their habits, but equally important for the survival of this wild world. The morning breeze stirs the golden grass, revealing a deep, rhythmic sound that spreads across the savannah like a distant thunder. It is the sound of hooves, thousands of them, heralding one of the greatest natural spectacles on Earth. The migration of zebras and wildebeest. On the horizon, a sea of stripes begins to form. They are the zebras, with their unique stripe patterns, true visual fingerprints that no two individuals share. Each of these stripes has a purpose. They confuse the vision of predators, making it difficult to single out a target when the herd is on the move. Zebras live in family groups, led by a dominant male. He protects the group with determination, alert to any sign of danger. They are not alone. Among the stripes, the more robust grey figures of the wildebeest emerge. With about 1.5 million individuals, the wildebeest form endless lines that cross the savannah in search of fresh pastures and water sources. It is a journey of over 500 miles, fraught with dangers, but driven by the need to survive. The strength of the wildebeest lies not in its speed, nor in its aggressiveness, but in its numbers. Together, they become an unstoppable force. When a river appears in their path, like the famous Mara River, the challenge becomes even more intense. The deep waters hide giant crocodiles, silent predators that await the right moment to attack. However, the movement does not stop. One by one, the wildebeest plunge into the current, followed by the zebras. Some do not survive the crossing, but for most, reaching the other side means one step closer to life. The association between zebras and wildebeest goes beyond mere coincidence. Zebras, with their selective palate, eat the taller grasses, leaving for the wildebeest the softer parts that they prefer. In return, the wildebeest offer their striped companions an additional level of vigilance. Meanwhile, the predators watch from a distance. Lions and hyenas know that the migration is a unique opportunity for a feast. When the dust finally settles and the last group has crossed the river, the field seems to have been swept by a storm. The cycle of migration, as old as the savanna itself, is not just an act of movement. It is a reminder of the interdependence between species. Sunset descends on the savanna, dyeing the sky with intense orange and purple hues. As the light fades, a new phase of the day begins, bringing to the stage the creatures that prefer the protection of the shadows. Among them, a master of stealth glides silently through the darkness, the leopard. With a muscular, agile body, covered in rosettes that mimic the play of light and shadow among the leaves, it is almost invisible to those who do not know what to look for. Weighing around 130 pounds, the leopard combines strength and elegance like few other predators. Unlike the lion, it is a solitary hunter. Its acute senses, powerful night vision, and precise hearing make it a ghost of the savanna. When it identifies its prey, be it a small antelope or a careless baboon, it approaches with infinite patience. With a burst of energy, the leopard pounces on its victim, bringing it down with a precise bite. And before any other predator has noticed, it has already carried its prey high up. With an impressive strength that allows it to carry prey twice its own weight, it hoists its meal into the high trees, out of reach of hyenas and lions. While the leopard moves silently under the cover of night, in another corner of the savanna, under the hot sun of the day, a group of small mammals stands on their hind legs, vigilantly scanning the horizon. They are the meerkats, creatures that weigh little more than 2 pounds, but whose collective strategy is an example of social intelligence. Living in groups called gangs or clans, meerkats can have up to 40 members. Each individual plays an essential role. The sentinels stand erect, turning their heads in all directions to detect threats like eagles or jackals. At the slightest sign of danger, they emit a shrill alarm, and the whole group disappears instantly, diving into their underground burrows. These burrows are true fortresses, with multiple entrances and extensive tunnels, offering shelter against predators and extreme temperatures. Their diet consists of insects, small vertebrates, and even scorpions, which they handle with skill to avoid the venom. Despite their small size, meerkats display a surprising courage. A group can confront venomous snakes, distracting them and attacking from different angles until they drive them from their territory. These two worlds, that of the solitary predator and that of the cooperative community, illustrate the opposite paths that lead to the same goal: surviving on the savannah. Both depend on sophisticated strategies and a perfect reading of their environment. The sun rises again on the savannah, and with it, one of the most effective hunters of the African continent awakens: the African wild dog. With its mottled coat and rounded ears, its unique appearance is as striking as its skills. Weighing around 66 pounds, Lycaon pictus does not have the majesty of the lion or the speed of the cheetah, but what it lacks in size, it makes up for in strategy and cooperation. These predators live in close-knit packs, where each member has a function and leadership is respected without question. Before the hunt, the group gathers in a strange spectacle. They touch each other, vocalize, and wag their tails in an almost festive manner. When they set off, their tactic is a display of efficiency. They pursue their prey tirelessly, taking turns in the lead to keep the prey constantly on the run. The success is astounding. In up to 80% of the cases, the pack secures its food. And unlike many other predators, the wild dogs display an altruistic behavior. The young and the weakest members are the first to eat. More discreet, but no less cunning, the black-backed jackal appears in the distance, moving with light, wary steps, weighing from 18 to 22 pounds. It is a natural opportunist, adapting with skill to the changes in its environment. The jackal is a versatile survivor. It feeds on small mammals, eggs, fruits, and even the carrion left by other predators. Its varied diet allows it to thrive where others fail. Often seen in pairs or small family groups, it uses its cunning to avoid confrontations. The wild dog and the jackal may seem secondary in a landscape dominated by lions and elephants, but their ecological importance is undeniable. By hunting and scavenging, they help control the populations of small animals and keep the savanna clean, preventing the spread of disease. The other lionesses have noticed it too. The animal has a pronounced limp in its foreleg. A strategy for hunting buffalo tested through generations, they surround the target from all sides, using their collective weight and strength to bring it down. The buffalo falls behind the herd, and the hunters begin to tighten their circle. A young lioness makes the first move, approaching from behind. Its horns and hooves are a lethal threat. These great cats must proceed with extreme caution. But she has lost the element of surprise. The others are not yet in position. The buffalo counters. Faced with its immense horns, the lioness must retreat. But the hunt is not yet over. The pride does not pursue it into the swamp. Beneath the vast skies of southern Florida, a silent battle for survival unfolds each day. The blue eyes of a Florida panther track a white-tailed deer. The big cat glides among the mangrove trees like a stealthy phantom, waiting for the perfect moment to ambush its prey. Each step it takes is also a step against the encroachment of urbanization, as today only just over 100 individuals remain in the wild. In the brackish waters, an American alligator moves in silence, but the currents are no longer what they were. Rising sea levels have devastated the areas where they once bred. The Everglades, a land that gives life to an extraordinary biodiversity, is also a battlefield where precious creatures face the most brutal changes of the natural world. Woven with the ancient stories of nature, the Everglades is a place where every creature from the American alligator to the West Indian manatee exists in a slow but vibrant dance. Everglades National Park is one of the most unique ecosystems in the world. Established in 1947, this park protects over 2,300 square miles of land. The Everglades is the largest tropical wilderness in the United States and also the largest wilderness of any kind east of the Mississippi River. Overcoming all challenges, the park was designated a UNESCO World Heritage Site in 1979. Its waters, like the arteries of the earth, were recognized by the Ramsar Convention as a wetland of international importance in 1987. The journey of the Everglades begins with an ancient geological story. It is a vast land lying on a bed of Miami limestone, formed millions of years ago during the Pleistocene. Tiny marine organisms, corals, shells, and plankton died and left behind their sediments like silent pieces, building the skeleton of this land. Unlike most national parks that protect geographic formations, Everglades National Park was created with a single mission: to preserve a fragile ecosystem. It is the most significant breeding ground for tropical wading birds in North America and contains the largest mangrove ecosystem in the Western Hemisphere. The park is home to 36 threatened or protected species, including the Florida panther, the American crocodile, and the West Indian manatee. The Everglades is also a haven for more than 350 species of birds, 300 species of fish, 40 species of mammals, and 50 species of reptiles. The freshwater sloughs and marl prairies, two of the 9 recognized ecosystems in the Everglades, silently weave their own rhythm of life. It all begins with the slow but constant movement of water, the essential element that shapes the identity of this land. In the freshwater sloughs, water flows gently from Lake Okeechobee southward at a rate of only 1/4 of a mile per day. From a distance, these waters may seem still, but they are in fact essential arteries that sustain the aquatic ecosystem, nurturing majestic plants like sawgrass, which can grow up to 6 feet tall. Conversely, the marl prairies tell a different story. These grasslands are seasonally flooded. Water seeps through the marl, creating a thin layer of water that lasts only a few months of the year. When the water recedes, periphyton, a mixture of algae and plankton clinging to the limestone, emerges and transforms into a grey sludge, a silent symbol of the approaching dry season. Both of these ecosystems are not just habitats. They also function as true natural reservoirs. They store water during the rainy season and release it gradually during the dry season. Thanks to this, the Everglades maintains its sweet flow and resists saltwater intrusion from the nearby ocean. Each slough, each prairie is an indispensable piece of the puzzle sustaining the lives of countless species. The abundance of fish, amphibians, and young birds in the swamps attracts many species of freshwater turtles and reptiles. Among them, the American alligator, Alligator mississippiensis, plays a crucial role. As a living icon of this ecosystem, the American alligator not only survives, but also maintains the natural balance. The flooded swamps and marl prairies are essential habitats where the American alligator thrives. Although once on the brink of extinction in the 20th century, this species was removed from the endangered species list in 1987. Thanks to active conservation efforts, the American alligator population has increased significantly, being more abundant in the Everglades than anywhere else in Florida. From once being considered a critical patient on the endangered species list, there are now over 1.25 million individuals in Florida alone. Adult male alligators can reach lengths of 13 to 15 feet, while females are smaller, reaching a maximum of 10 feet. However, in southern Florida, both sexes tend to be smaller, with a characteristically broad snout. The female alligator chooses high ground to build her nest, protecting her eggs from the floods that could destroy them in a matter of hours. The nest can be up to 3.5 feet high and is carefully guarded by the mother throughout the 58 to 63-day incubation period. In the early stages of life, the diet of an American alligator consists mainly of insects, small fish, and frogs. As they grow, alligators expand their menu. They hunt larger fish turtles, birds, and even small mammals. They often position themselves on the banks of freshwater sloughs or marl prairies, where they can remain motionless for more than 90% of the time. For larger prey, like the white-tailed deer or wild boar, the alligator uses its famous technique known as the death roll. They spin their bodies over and over, tearing apart and completely unbalancing the prey, leaving it no chance of escape. We have seen the American alligator as an apex predator, but its most crucial role is revealed when the dry season arrives. As the water levels in the swamps recede, alligators use their powerful snouts and tails to dig deep holes known as gator holes. These holes are not just a refuge for the alligator itself. When much of the Everglades dries up, they become the last oases, precious reservoirs of fresh water. Fish turtles, birds, and even mammals all come here to survive the harsh, dry season. In this way, the American alligator unwittingly becomes an ecosystem engineer. It not only hunts to survive, but it also shapes the habitat, becoming an unwilling guardian for dozens of other species. Without these engineers, life in the Everglades would struggle to survive the scorching summer months. Also, in these silent waters, the great blue heron spreads its wings like a living symbol of the Everglades ecosystem. Standing up to 4 feet tall with a wingspan of nearly 7 feet, it is the largest heron in North America. The freshwater sloughs, the natural channels where water flows slowly, are its ideal hunting grounds. When the rainy season ends and the marl prairies begin to crack from lack of water, the great blue heron moves to the few remaining wetlands where it patiently waits for its prey. Under the brilliant Everglades sun, the great blue heron stands tall like a motionless statue in the shallow water. Its long legs and waterproof plumage allow it to move easily through the freshwater sloughs and marl prairies without disturbing the environment. When a prey, be it a fish, an amphibian, or even a small mammal, glides by, the great blue heron reacts with a lightning-fast movement, launching its long neck and sharp bill into the water. It can catch its prey in just 1/10 of a second from detection, thanks to its extremely fast reflexes and absolute concentration. Thanks to this precise skill, the success rate of the great blue heron in the freshwater sloughs is between 60 and 70%, according to a 2023 report. Besides its role as a formidable predator, the great blue heron also plays an important part in maintaining ecological balance. By feeding on fish and amphibians, this species helps to control the populations of its prey, preventing an overabundance that could alter the dynamics of the ecosystem. Amidst the arid lands of the Everglades, the pinelands ecosystem emerges as a vibrant tableau. Although it occupies only 2% of the park's area, this ecosystem is one of the most important, protecting a unique biodiversity. The exposed limestone bedrock and extremely thin soil make the pinelands a real challenge for life. However, the South Florida/pines rise strongly from the cracks in the rock where water and soil accumulate in small pockets. Amidst the dense pine forests and the arid, rocky terrain of the pinelands ecosystem in the Everglades, the Florida panther moves with an agile body and a sharp gaze. This cat is one of the top predators in Florida and a unique subspecies of the cougar. The tall pines and the open spaces between them provide ideal hunting grounds where prey is abundant and easily accessible. However, not all areas of the Everglades are suitable for this species. As most of the park is covered by wetlands, the Florida panther population is reduced and mostly confined to higher areas like the pinelands. The Florida panther is currently on the endangered species list with an estimated population of only 120 to 230 individuals, primarily living in southern Florida. Previously, this species was distributed throughout the southeastern United States, but its current range occupies less than 5% of its original territory. Its primary prey is the white-tailed deer, which makes up 70 to 90% of its diet, thanks to the abundance of this species in the region. With silent steps and lightning speed, the panther approaches its target stealthily and takes it down with powerful pounces and a fatal bite. In the pinelands of the Everglades pineland ecosystem, the presence of the white-tailed deer dictates the rhythm of the entire ecosystem's balance. With over 30 million individuals distributed across the United States, this deer is an important part of the Everglades ecological picture. The white-tailed deer makes up 70 to 90% of the Florida panther's diet, playing a fundamental role in the food chain. A white-tailed deer consumes from 5 to 7 pounds of food per day. Its diet varies with the seasons, consisting mainly of shrubs, leaves, acorns, and sometimes grass. The white-tailed deer has a flexible social structure that changes with the seasons. During the rut, which typically occurs from October to December, males and females live separately and only meet to mate. After the breeding season, males are often solitary or in small groups, while females form groups of 3 to 5 individuals with their young. During the rut, males compete fiercely for the right to breed. Females tend to choose the strongest males with the largest antlers as mates. Antlers are not just an indicator of good health, but also of competitive ability. This process ensures a stronger next generation and a genetically healthy population in the long run. The dense pine forests of the pinelands stretch across the Everglades. From a distance, a steady tapping sound echoes like the heartbeat of the forest. This is not just a refuge, but also a hunting ground for woodpecker species of the family Pisidae. In the pinelands, the straight, rough trunks of the pine trees become homes and a source of food for woodpeckers. The red cockaded woodpecker, with its distinctive plumage, forages by drilling into the bark, creating crevices where insects hide. The pileated woodpecker, the largest woodpecker in the region, carves deep holes in the tree trunks, leaving behind unmistakable marks. Meanwhile, the red-bellied woodpecker moves nimbly among the thinner branches, searching for food among the leaves. The pinelands ecosystem provides not only food, but also essential spaces for woodpeckers to build their nests. The cavities they excavate are not just their breeding grounds, but also become shelters for other animal species. Under the clear skies of the Everglades, the northern mockingbird stands out with its elegant and vibrant appearance. Its silver-gray plumage allows it to blend into the arid landscape of the pinelands, but whenever it takes flight, its distinctive white wing patches shine brightly. With a wingspan of 12 to 15 inches and a weight of about 1.5 to 2 ounces, this bird has a small but extremely agile body. In the harsh environment of the pinelands, where sparse vegetation and limestone dominate the ground, the northern mockingbird finds its sustenance through a varied diet. The small insects hidden under the bark and the berries hanging among the branches are its source of energy to survive the harshest dry seasons. The northern mockingbird is known for its incredible ability to mimic the songs of other birds and the sounds of its environment, including car alarms or mobile phone ringtones. It is believed that this ability plays a fundamental role in establishing and defending territory, as well as in attracting mates. Males, which can mimic a greater variety of sounds, are often more successful in both defending their territory and attracting females. The mechanism behind this ability is based on the mockingbird's capacity to learn and remember sounds over long periods. Some individuals can mimic up to 200 different sounds, including the songs of at least 35 different species. Beneath the canopy of the pine trees, the common starling often appears like a vibrant flash of light. With its glossy black plumage that shimmers with purple and blue hues in the sunlight, this bird sparkles like a precious gem in nature. The common starling is typically an omnivore. From insects and small invertebrates to young mammals and the nestlings of other species, the starling takes advantage of any available prey. It often forages on the ground, especially in areas with sparse vegetation or open grasslands where access to resources is easier. This species is known for its competitive behavior, especially during the breeding season. They can put pressure on smaller bird species by taking over their nests and eating their eggs. Also, in the pinelands ecosystem of the Everglades, the loggerhead shrike stands out as a small but skilled predator. With its strong hooked beak, this bird not only hunts insects and small birds, but also small mammals like mice. What is most characteristic is that the loggerhead shrike uses thorns or sharp twigs to impale its prey, creating a unique image reminiscent of natural coathooks. In the vast expanse of the Everglades, where water flows slowly through endless swamps, the tropical hardwood hammocks appear as unique ecological islands. Only 1 to 3 feet above sea level, these dry lands are steadfast points amidst a sea of grass and seasonal water. Thanks to this elevation, they escape the prolonged floods, creating an ideal refuge for many unique species of flora and fauna. Beneath the canopy is another world. Dense shrubs and impenetrable thickets create a perfect sanctuary for the Florida black bear, the white-tailed deer, and especially the Florida panther. These animals find a sanctuary in the hammocks during the dry season, where water is scarce but shade is plentiful. Seen from the sky, these hammocks look like teardrops scattered amidst the slow flow of water, preserving life amidst the wild nature of the Everglades. Perhaps they are the tears of creation shed to preserve life in this landscape which, though seemingly desolate, is full of hope. Under the shade of the tropical hardwood hammocks, the Florida black bear finds refuge and an abundant source of food. This is a unique subspecies of the American black bear, with an estimated population of about 4,000 individuals in Florida in 2023. Only a small fraction of these live in the Everglades. These dense tropical forests provide not only safe havens, but also important mating grounds. The vegetation of the tropical hardwood hammocks provides an abundant food source with broadleaf species like mahogany and southern live oak, creating a rich and stable environment year-round for the Florida black bear. In spring and summer, they search for insects and feed on succulent plants. When autumn arrives, their diet shifts to fruits and nuts, especially from the sable palm and wild olive. Thanks to its omnivorous diet, the Florida black bear plays an essential role in preserving plant diversity. In the ecosystem of the tropical hardwood hammocks, as it moves far from the parent plant, the bear disperses the seeds of more than 20 different species through its scat, thereby promoting the regeneration of the forest. Only in the tropical hardwood hammocks, the gray fox moves through the Everglades with remarkable agility and adaptability. It is the only canid whose natural range includes both North and South America. The gray fox possesses a compact and flexible body 31 to 44 inches long, including the tail, and weighing 8 to 15 pounds, allowing it to move easily through the dense forests. Its gray coat provides excellent camouflage in the low-light environment where the sun's rays barely penetrate the canopy. As an omnivore, the gray fox consumes a wide variety of food, including insects, small mammals like mice and squirrels, bird eggs, fruits, and edible tropical plants. In the summer, about 40% of its diet consists of insects and small mammals. Conversely, in the fall and winter, fruits and nuts make up to 60% of its food intake. One of the most remarkable features of the gray fox is its impressive tree climbing ability. Unlike most other canids, it can climb tree branches to escape larger predators like the Florida panther or the red wolf. This skill also allows it to access food sources high above, such as fruits and insects, giving it a significant advantage to survive and thrive in the challenging environment of the Everglades. From late winter to midsummer, the northern cardinal chooses the low bushes in the tropical hardwood hammocks to build its nest in safe places. The northern cardinal has entered its breeding season. The dense layers of canopy in these hammocks provide a perfect refuge, helping them protect their eggs and young from predators and harsh weather conditions. Under the shade of the tropical hardwood hammocks, the northern cardinal shines with its brilliant red plumage. The male, with its distinctive crest and a black mask around its bill, is 8 to 9 inches long and weighs 1.5 to 1.7 ounces. The female, in contrast, has a paler reddish-brown plumage, but with hints of red on her wings, tail and crest, giving her a subtle elegance. The northern cardinal is not only beautiful, but is also known for its powerful song, especially in the dense forests. As an omnivorous bird, the northern cardinal's diet includes seeds, fruits, and insects. About 70% of its diet consists of seeds and fruits, especially berries. During the breeding season, the northern cardinal increases its consumption of insects to ensure an adequate source of protein to feed its young. During that time, insects make up to 40% of its diet. Thanks to this behavior, the northern cardinal contributed to a 20% reduction in harmful insect populations in 2024, thereby helping to protect the vegetation and maintain the stability of the ecosystem. The dense forests of the tropical hardwood hammocks also provide shelter and ideal nesting sites for the southern bald eagle. In the dense forests of the tropical hardwood hammocks, the southern bald eagle often builds its nest in tall, sturdy trees like oaks and palms. The nests are impressive structures that can weigh hundreds of pounds and are reused for many years, becoming a symbol of resilience in the wild. In the tropical forests of the tropical hardwood hammocks, where lagoons, swamps and streams are interspersed, the southern bald eagle finds the perfect environment for hunting. It is a large bird of prey with a wingspan of 6 to 7.5 feet and a weight of 8 to 14 pounds. As a sea eagle, its diet is primarily based on fish, which makes up 60 to 90% of its food intake. Besides fish, it also hunts birds and small mammals and sometimes does not hesitate to eat carrion. In the darkness of the tropical hardwood hammocks at night, the unmistakable hoot of the barred owl rings out. It is a distinctive sound that many remember as "Who cooks for you, who cooks for you all?" Its call can be heard up to half a mile through the dense forest, marking its territory and serving as a means of communication with its mate. The barred owl is a nocturnal predator with large eyes that allow it to see clearly in the darkness under the dense canopy. Its silent flight combined with its exceptional vision allows it to hunt without being detected. As we venture deeper into the cypress dome ecosystem, the landscape of the Everglades unfolds like a masterpiece of nature, with cypress forests stretching as far as the eye can see. This is one of the most important wetlands in the region, where the calm, stable water allows the cypress trees to thrive. The dome cypresses grow in clusters, with the tallest trees in the center and smaller ones towards the edges, creating a characteristic dome shape. The tall cypress trees are also nesting sites for many bird species, forming a vibrant ecosystem. At their base, mammals find safe shelter, completing a picture of biodiversity where every creature contributes to the balance of the natural environment. Amidst the vast swamps and slow-moving streams of the cypress dome ecosystem in the Everglades, the river otter finds its ideal home. In this environment, the calm waters and dense vegetation form a network of wetlands where these otters can easily hide and hunt without being seen. Under the water's surface, they glide through narrow channels and flooded grasslands in search of food, mainly fish and other aquatic species. River otters are not just solitary creatures. They also form small groups of 2 to 5 individuals cooperating closely in hunting and sharing territory. They often live in family groups consisting of a mother and her young. Using burrows, they dig themselves or take over from other species for shelter. As a semi-aquatic species, the river otter stands out for its excellent dexterity when hunting underwater. Thanks to their agility and flexibility, they pursue fish, crustaceans, and sometimes amphibians. Their whiskers are very sensitive, allowing them to detect movements in the water even when visibility is limited. Although they often hunt alone, they can also cooperate in groups, increasing their success rate by 20%, especially in deeper waters. The river otter plays a crucial role in the ecological balance of the Everglades cypress dome ecosystem. According to a 2024 study, otters can reduce the population of small predatory fish in the wetlands by up to 30%, which lessens the pressure on larger fish species. Otters also compete for resources with other large predators like alligators, making them an important component in maintaining the delicate balance of the cypress dome ecosystem. In the tranquility of the cypress dome ecosystem, the anhinga perches on a branch or rock with its wings spread wide, drying its feathers and regulating its body temperature. With a body that can be up to 35 inches long and a weight of about 2.6 pounds, the anhinga is capable of diving deep to catch fish and other aquatic animals. However, after these dives, its feathers become waterlogged, making it heavier and limiting its ability to fly. Its ability to fly is highly dependent on sunning, which allows it to dry its feathers quickly, especially in the hot and humid climate of the Everglades. The anhinga is a specialized aquatic predator recognized by its long, sharp bill that allows it to spear and catch fish with high precision. Fish make up to 90% of its diet, according to a 2024 study, while the rest consists of amphibians and small crustaceans. Thanks to its webbed feet, the anhinga swims with agility, gliding underwater like a silent spear, using the shadows to approach its prey without being detected. Through its underwater hunting style, the anhinga plays an essential role in regulating fish populations, helping to maintain the balance of the ecosystem. A 2024 study showed that the anhinga can consume up to 50% of the small fish in some freshwater areas of the Everglades, thereby contributing to the ecological stability of the environment. Along the coast of southern Florida, the majestic aerial roots of the red mangrove rise like natural ramparts, blocking the assault of waves and storms. Where the land meets the sea, the mangrove forest stretches out, embracing the coast. This system not only acts as a shield, but also as a natural nursery. In these nutrient-rich brackish waters, the red mangrove with its prominent roots helps to stabilize the soil and prevent coastal erosion. The black mangrove and the white mangrove form different forest layers, each playing an essential role in maintaining the ecosystem. This is also a vibrant territory teeming with biodiversity. Birds, fish and crustaceans gather here, with over 220 species of fish surviving in this unique brackish water environment. The shallow, nutrient-rich waters under the mangrove canopy provide an ideal place for breeding, protecting the young from predatory threats. The delicate balance of the food chain is maintained by these fish species. They act as a food source for birds and mammals, while also regulating the populations of crustaceans and amphibians. Each morning, as the sun illuminates the mangrove, forests, flocks of wading birds spread their wings and fly across the sky, creating scenes full of life. The brackish water ecosystem of the mangrove forest provides them not only with shelter, but also an abundant source of food. Among these birds, the brown pelican stands out with a wide wingspan of 7 to 8 feet and a unique hunting technique. With an average weight of 7 to 11 pounds, it is one of the iconic species of the coastal and mangrove regions. The brown pelican uses a gular pouch under its bill to catch fish, achieving a success rate of up to 60%, especially during seasons with abundant food. In the past, this species was on the brink of extinction due to the use of the pesticide DDT. Thanks to conservation efforts, their numbers have significantly recovered. Another wading bird that stands out in the mangrove ecosystem is the American white ibis, often seen wading in the shallow waters. In ancient Egypt, it was believed that the ibis was the embodiment of the god Thoth, the deity of wisdom and knowledge. Its long, thin, downward curving bill allows it to search for crustaceans hidden under the mud. Unlike many other wading birds, the white ibis feeds primarily on crabs and shrimp. This dietary preference allows it to control the populations of crustaceans, helping to maintain the ecological balance of the mangrove ecosystem. In the mangrove ecosystem of the Everglades, the great egret also stands out as one of the most majestic wading birds due to its elegance and large size. At over 4 feet tall with a wingspan of up to 5 feet, it is one of the largest water birds, second only to the great blue heron. This species employs a unique hunting technique. It walks slowly or stands still, patiently waiting until a fish frog or large insect passes by. With a lightning-fast reflex, in just a few milliseconds, it launches its sharp bill to catch its prey. This skill makes the great egret one of the most effective predators in the mangrove ecosystem. The mangrove ecosystem is now a refuge and feeding ground for one of the rarest and most vulnerable aquatic mammals, the West Indian manatee. This species is particularly vulnerable to boat propellers due to its limited ability to detect low-frequency sounds. Weighing up to 1,200 pounds, these gentle giants spend about 8 hours a day grazing on seagrass and other aquatic vegetation. Their slow and continuous movement contributes to the balance of the ecosystem, consuming up to 100 pounds of vegetation per day. At the intersection of land and sea in the Everglades, the coastal lowlands emerge where natural elements blend perfectly. Here there is no clear boundary between fresh and salt water. Each rainy season brings a flow of fresh water from the north, flooding the swamps and arid lands. The coastal lowlands are a diverse, harsh, yet essential ecosystem. They form a natural rampart, protecting the Everglades from storms. Everything seems to work as if an invisible hand of creation is guiding and arranging every detail with a deep and wonderful wisdom. The sun rises on a land of untamed wilderness.
A vast land, Russia, a nation of immense territory, the sun illuminates its eastern shores a full 11 hours before it graces the western frontier. This is a realm of giants, a territory so vast that it commands 11 time zones, a single nation that wears the dawn in the east while the west still slumbers in deepest night. Russia is home to an immense biodiversity encompassing vital and imperiled habitats. Towering mountains, vast deserts, and nearly a quarter of the planet's forests. This is nature on its grandest scale. The most critically threatened region in Russia is the country's far north. Ice grips Russia's northern coast for nearly the entire year. Climate change has diminished the Arctic's ice cover by 2/3 since the 1980s. At this time of year, floes drift hundreds of miles from the mainland. This volatile marine environment is the realm of the world's largest land predator. Here, amongst the ice floes, a female polar bear is fighting for survival. Her only path to survival is to hunt seals. Navigating the broken ice is far more draining than travelling across the solid winter seas. It also offers an easy escape for her prey. For her, this shattered mosaic of ice is a treacherous labyrinth. And somewhere within this maze lies the scent of a single seal, a whisper of hope on the bitter wind. So the female has developed an ingenious strategy to track the scent of her quarry. She moves upwind, then follows long meandering paths, constantly sampling the air. In this way, her nose can cover a much larger area than if she travelled in a straight line. It seems she has caught the scent of a bearded seal resting on an ice floe. From over a mile away, the Russian polar bear hopes for a winter that never ends. At the end of summer in Russia's far north, one of the most iconic Arctic animals has developed a clever trick to continue hunting year-round. The Arctic fox's white coat is a marvel of seasonal change. Born in the spring, it now lives alone and must hunt to feed itself. Each passing day is a new ordeal. Here, youth is a luxury ill-afforded. Every sunrise brings not the warmth of a den, but a lesson etched in frost, a lesson in solitude. In this unforgiving wilderness, only the adaptable can endure. On top of these cliffs is a colony of guillemots. An irresistible temptation for a hungry fox. But the fox is not after the birds themselves, but the scraps scattered across the cliff face. Fortune still favours this fox in the summer months. On this Arctic coast, another Russian habitat provides a summer feast on an entirely different scale. Kuril Lake in Kamchatka, a remote wilderness encircled by 29 active volcanoes. It holds the highest concentration of brown bears on Earth. In summer, hundreds of bears gather near the shores to mate and raise their young. These waters will soon be teeming with millions of sockeye salmon arriving to spawn in the lake's tributaries. The salmon run creates one of nature's greatest banquets. A mother bear can catch a fish for each of her cubs. Her cubs, a fragile legacy watch with hungry eyes. But the river's ancient promise of salmon is thin now, a ghost of feasts past. A single hard-won prize is snatched from the current, a fleeting triumph. For success on these shores is a dangerous beacon. A huge male, lured by her catch, closes in. Against his brute force, her only weapon is a mother's courage. To fight is to risk everything, and in this wild kingdom that is no choice at all. But even Kamchatka's spectacular beauty is dwarfed by Russia's largest region. Siberia covers 3/4 of Russia, its wilderness, a realm described as both harsh and fragile. It stretches from the Arctic Circle to the Mongolian border, an expanse of 5 million square miles. Most of it is covered by one of the most important forests on Earth. Carbon dioxide emissions are a primary driver of global warming. Siberia is home to the majority of Russia's 640 billion trees, which help remove 500 million tons of carbon dioxide from the air. It is also home to some of the most formidable and cunning predators, including the world's largest owl. The great grey owl lives across the northern hemisphere and is well adapted to Siberia's harsh conditions. This female nests in the dense Siberian forests. But when she needs to hunt, she moves to the forest's edge. Along the forest margins, its phenomenal hearing can detect prey buried 3 feet beneath the snow. In summer, it uses its sharp vision to scan the open plains for any sign of life. This mountain hare emerges from its burrow to find grass. At first, it is cautious, staying close to the entrance. But a sense of security encourages it to venture further from safety. Every step away from its burrow is a gamble with death. The alluring scent of fresh grass makes it momentarily forget the fangs that lurk nearby. For the hare, it is the fatal arithmetic of the wild. Every blade of grass is weighed against the shadow in the sky, a calculation where a single misstep is the final answer. Although Siberia is known for its vast forests, its southern reaches are largely arid and drought-stricken. On the border between Russia and 3 other nations lie the Altai Mountains, the Golden Mountains. Most of these mountains are barren and exposed. The land here is cold and sterile, stretching towards the Gobi Desert. In this extremely harsh environment, a few species have adapted to survive in the Altai. This is a land where nature does not grant life easily. Every creature that exists here has endured a relentless process of selection. Adaptation becomes the sole key to survival in this arid terrain. In the deep valleys between Russia and Mongolia, a herd of Siberian ibex is grazing. A dominant male leads the herd and holds exclusive mating rights. In return, he protects its members. This herd is besieged by dangers on all sides and must evade predators. But at this altitude, the young are not safe from the golden eagles that patrol the Altai valleys for prey. But thirst compels them to move. The male keeps watch as the herd slowly makes its way towards a waterhole. Summer is the driest season in the Altai, but winter brings little moisture either. Even the grass is parched. In Russia's southeast, There is a region famed for its incredible vegetation, which ignites with colour each autumn. This is the October spectacle of one of the most biodiverse forests in the world. The leaves turn to gold and green for just 2 weeks each year. The Amur River Basin, covering nearly 700,000 square miles, forms a natural border between Russia and China. After the leaves fall, the region can seem devoid of life. Yet it is home to 3,000 species of plants. It is also the last refuge for the world's most endangered big cat. This forest is known as the land of the Amur leopard. The Amur leopard once ranged widely across Asia. Today, it is believed that only around 40 individuals remain in the wild. To see one is to see a ghost, a fleeting spirit of the forest, so perfectly woven into the autumn light that it exists more as a rumor than a reality. Its camouflaged coat, matching the autumn hues of the Amur, is its greatest weapon when hunting the large deer that roam these forests. But it is ever watchful for an opportunity. It must plan its approach carefully, for its hunting success rate is less than 15%. This male caches the remains of a previous kill in a tree or a cave to be eaten when needed. It also hides its prize from another predator. One that is larger and more powerful than the leopard, but just as endangered. Both the Amur tiger and the Amur leopard are the last living symbols of the wild Far East. Their existence reflects the urgency of global efforts to protect large carnivores. The Amur leopard shares its forests with the Amur tiger. Only 500 Amur tigers are left in the wild, their numbers decimated by poaching. All of them live in the Russian Far East. Weighing up to 660 pounds, this is the largest of all cats. The male, like other tigers, is fiercely territorial. But these boundaries dissolve during the mating season. He lifts his nose to the wind and appears to have caught a scent. An Amur tiger can travel dozens of miles a day to patrol a territory of up to 386 square miles. They play a vital role in the ecosystem by controlling prey populations like deer and wild boar. Conserving the Amur tiger doesn't just save a species, it helps maintain the balance of the entire boreal forest. Winter in Russia begins on its northern coasts. Here, great congregations of Atlantic walrus have spent the past few months raising their young on Russia's northernmost islands. The walrus spends a third of its life in these blubbery huddles to keep warm, while the rest is spent underwater foraging for clams. With each individual weighing up to 1.5 tons, getting there requires a bit of improvisation. The largest male, boasting the longest tusks, dominates the colony. His calls can be heard from over half a mile away. He occupies the prime spots, unchallenged. That doesn't stop lower-ranking individuals from sparring. These two are fighting for reasons unknown. Each blow weighs a ton, and their tusks could inflict a mortal wound on any other animal. But their 8-inch layer of blubber prevents serious bleeding. Eventually, the dominant male intervenes to calm them both, deciding it's time to relax back on shore. This brief squall is a sign of what awaits these animals in winter. Then they will return to their ancestral home on the Arctic ice. Winter sweeps across Russia in a matter of weeks. The weather changes with startling speed, especially in the most remote and frigid regions. Life in the polar regions must always be braced for abrupt climatic shifts. In the wild, the social order of the herd is vital for each individual's survival. From land to sea, nature operates in exacting and unforgiving cycles. The Yamal Peninsula. This barren land is frozen for 8 months of the year. It is home to some of the toughest animals on the planet. In this extreme environment, a newborn muskox has the extraordinary ability to walk with the adults just hours after its birth. At first, the calf suckles on its mother's milk. After a few weeks, it begins to graze, fattening up for the coming winter. Without mastering this skill, it cannot survive the harsh conditions of the yamal. This muskox family has spent the summer grazing alone. Now the two adults lead their calf to a larger herd. The family joins dozens of other newly formed family units like itself. They gather in groups of 60 or more to prepare for winter. The muskoxen cooperate to defend their young from wolves and polar bears. But it is the weather that poses the greatest threat here. Every step across the frozen terrain is a test of endurance and instinct. The small calves must grow quickly, for here to be slow is to be in peril. Throughout the long winter, only solidarity will keep the muskox herd standing. When the sun sets in November, it will not rise again for 2 months. The temperature on the Yamal Peninsula drops to -4 degrees Fahrenheit. But with no trees for shelter, the wind chill makes it feel like -58. It wears winter like a mantle, a living fortress of fur engineered by millennia of ice and wind to treat the most brutal cold as little more than a whisper. This allows it to withstand the region's extreme cold. Its large rounded hooves help it to move through the snow in search of food. However, the shape of their hooves and their short legs mean they can only forage where the snow is thin. Consequently, the repeated freezing and thawing of snow caused by rising temperatures creates a thick barrier of ice, making grass almost impossible to reach. A vast amount of grass and vegetation lies available just beneath the snow. This region covers over 38,000 square miles, yet it is becoming too crowded for its inhabitants. Conflicts over grazing rights are endless. As winter envelops, the country almost everywhere freezes solid. Russia's Arctic animals are adapted to the extreme conditions. while elsewhere other species must struggle to face their circumstances. Some migrate, and some spend the coming months in hibernation. Whatever means the animals use to survive in this frozen wilderness all await the sun's return. In this grand drama of survival, each species is a master of evolution, possessing its own unique strategies to adapt and endure. Whether a great predator or a tiny hidden creature, all walk the same fine line between life and death. Russia's vast wilderness, once a fortress of nature, is now beginning to fracture under the footfall of humanity. These are the wild heartbeats of Russia. Should they fade into silence, the quiet that follows will not simply be an echo of what was lost. It will be the sound of a world diminished, a silence that will eventually find its way to our own door.